Motor Speedway. They're lean, they're mean, they're 5 to 7 horses, a man and machine. They're 4 wide before they start to slip and slide. The Coast to Coast Racing League 350A Modifieds, Pro Late Models, and the 360 Sprint Cars. It's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion. Trying to be a bit of a hiatus, so let's get.
Tonight we'll be talking about it.
Outpouring of love was amazing. These dollars had come together to support us, and we realized no, we didn't want to use them for us. We wanted to use them to help others.
The foundation has done so much for so many people. It helps any family that has somebody, whether it be a crew member or one of the drivers, that get hurt. We can help them to get through the situation.
I was injured in a non-wing sprint car accident that broke my neck and left me with a spinal cord injury. I was in the hospital 8 months, and that got really, really expensive. So having that extra help to help push me and my family forward was a big deal.
I was involved in a pretty gnarly sprint car crash. Found out my brain was swelling and bleeding. Pelvic bone was broken. I had 2 cracked vertebrae on my back, and I was in the ICU a little over a week. The Steve King Foundation reached out to my parents. We received a donation from them. Immediately they started me on what's called neurofeedback, and insurance did not cover the neurofeedback appointments. So we received another donation from the Steve King Foundation. It really helped a lot, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to the Steve King Foundation for everything that they have done for me. This last Sunday, I got to turn laps in my modified here. That was my first laps back in a race car since the accident, and I truly believe that if it wasn't for the Steve King Foundation, I wouldn't be able to do that or be where I'm at today.
Yes, Steve's death is the reason the foundation exists, but it's Steve's life, and it's the lives of racers everywhere, is the reason we're able to do the work we do.
it's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Gets on the champion, trying to be a bit of a hiatus. So let's get.
Tonight we'll be talking about it.
Okay, so Shaggy's here. Sorry about the quiet. They're having a little driver's meeting. I was trying to peek in and get a little inside help here. I think they upped the limit from 24 drivers to 32 that we're going to take in here to the feature. So, boy, oh boy, lots of cars here tonight, and it's awesome to see all the members come together here in the Coast to Coast Racing League for a little benefit racing. It's for a guy who, you've heard me talk about this man countless times. I would not be here. Shaggy wouldn't be broadcasting. And I don't mean that dramatically. Shaggy would be alive, but I wouldn't be here with the league still. I wouldn't have gotten the opportunities with Marty Sakala, who's in the field tonight as well, racing. If it wasn't for, John Heyn having my back, getting me on his team here when the going was tough, and well, I owe John a lot, and I'll tell you what, that's part of the reason we're here. His daughter, Cassie, well, they discovered, I believe, a malignant brain tumor months ago. The operation to remove it, I believe, was a success from what I understand, but you know how it goes. Even with insurance, things can get really expensive, and so far, I think they're up to somewhere around $30,000 in hospital bills. So, how awesome. And not that I don't, this is a conversation that I'm not afraid to admit here. I've had with other drivers in the Coast to Coast Racing League, and they've talked about, we love doing the charities. We absolutely love them. It's something that we love doing here in the league. We have a charity week every season. But when you do something for somebody who you play in the clay with every week, and you maybe rub wheels with on occasion, it means a little more. And the fact that we get to help out John and his family here, none of this is at all obviously lies on Cassie. It's a tough break. She's a soldier right now, even going through this. So Cassie, we're all super proud of you. Hang in there. But there's no reason any of this financial stress should be on your head to begin with. I'm sure your mom and dad, knowing your dad, they haven't let that fall on you anyways. But this is a way that we can help your dad out for all the stuff that he's done for us. And like I say, me especially, this is a selfish moment. I'm the broadcaster, I get to do it. But John's hooked me up with broadcasting gigs. John is just he's truly a second father to me. And it looks like, hey, the checkered flag gonna wave here, and we're gonna get ready to roll into qualifying. Got 31 drivers here in the session, I believe. Not sure if we're getting any more, but that means everyone should be in the show here. So see who pulls out here first on the track. Guarantee it's Brandon Templeton, and I'll tell you what, like clockwork, it is. That's not Shaggy Lion. Trevor Giroux's pretty close. I'll show you here. Trevor, just to show you I'm not bluffing. He's a little behind. Brandon Templeton, always the first car on the racetrack, night in and night out for qualifying. Love it. Mr. Consistency. Let's see what he can do lap number 1. Likes that middle line here for the opening lap. If, he doesn't like the speed, you can always go down low lap number 2. Shaggy strategy. Let's see what the 31 is. Lap number 1, a 16.469. The Philly Flyer took over the pole, but it didn't have it for long, as there goes Michael Vitale and Randall Dixon now to the top of the charts. As the Canadian in the number 30, Steven Goldner, got the all-white machine out. Looks real clean, ready to play here in the 30. Lap number 2 for Randall Dixon. Purple, that's quick time for the 011 Randall Dixon. Man, oh man, 50-lap shootout tonight. If you want to start up front, that's exactly what he's going to do right now. Joseph Grandy, 100 grand parks at P2. See the big dog, Ryan Beagle. He comes around currently in 9th. Can the 84 improve? He's going to be slower. Going to stay P9. The salesman, Blake Chapman, coming out of 4. What's his lap time look like? Slower. He's going to start P16 as the detective Steven Spees. Only going to go up 2 spots. Going to move up to P20 there. John Heyn took that 71, 18th. Randy Shreves just parked it behind him, 19th. Slide job, Isaac Salas, lap number 1, 13th. This is a guy, who we could be talking about possibly taking home the checkers here. Let's see what he's got. Slower sector 1, slower sector 2. He's going to stay 13th. Is the big dog. Oh, did they maybe give... He must have pulled off early on that other lap and gotten a second attempt here. He moves up to P9 unless he was already up there. And Shaggy had a brain lapse, but see, Marty Sakala, he's sitting there in the pits. Not sure if he's going to get that thing out and qualify. Now you better, Marty. I got you on the broadcast here. Oh, nobody's even sitting in it. It's empty. So Marty maybe ran to go use the bathroom here. You see no driver right now in the 48. We'll have to see if we can get the guy who introduced me to the booth out here for qualifying, or if he's just going to start in the back for tonight's 50-lap 358 modified feature event here at the Volusia Speedway. No, Marty, I can't tell if he's exiting and joining back in. We're seeing him disappear a little bit. So who knows? Jack Clevenger. Not in there. Yeah, that's just going to be Marty. Now, at first, I honestly did think that was 2 cars sitting there, but now I just realized I can yell at Marty, I think, for the putrid green rear end. That is absolutely ungodly. Now, the F cancer, Marty, we all agree with that. But, oh, God, that green fuel cell. Oh, Marty, we got to do something about that thing. You see Randall Dixon on the pole, Joseph Grandy P2, Steven Goldner 3rd, Michael Vitale 4th, Brandon Lacey 5th. And, well, Marty, he finally is going to hop in this thing. And he's going to take it a lap around. Let's see what the 48 has here. Fellow booth man, can he find speed here tonight as he takes the green flag here, lap number 1? Loses the rear end a little bit through the middle of 1 and 2. Just a little more throttle control for that 48. Gonna run that slider line here in 3 and 4. Float up, looks good on exit. Marty's first lap. Where's that gonna put the 48? 29th here, and well, Marty, I'm not sure if he's, looks like he's gonna call it quits. Not sure if he's gonna go try to put in another lap or not. No, actually, John Rayner, he was trying to put his lap in, but you see the white up there next to the title. That means we're all out of qualifying time, and just like that, we're going to roll in to your heat race number 1. Rounding out the field, starting 9th in the 78, Jack Clevenger. Outside of row number 4 in the 48, that's Marty Sakala. Into his inside in the 25, Gary Sigelkow. Terry Landis takes the 161 and lines up on the outside of row number 3. Into his inside, his teammate in the 20, the salesman, Blake Chapman. Slide job, Isaac Salas takes the 5 machine and starts on the outside of row number 2. And to his inside, you can hear him barking. That's the big dog, Ryan Beagle in the 84. Row number 1 here for heat race number 1. On the outside of the front row, the 114 of Brennan Lacey. And to his inside in the 011, Randall Dixon. As we get ready, you should go green this time around. I'm hearing on the driver's chat. If you're out there watching, let us know who you're rooting for. Shaggy's going to try to pull up the coast-to-coast stream on my phone. I can never see that chat box, but like I say, when I tune over, I better see some messages in there. Got a lot of people watching. Let us know who you're rooting for. Get this thing going. Share it with your friends. Let's bring in some money for the Heyn family as the green flag's high. It's ready to fly. Heat race number 1 underway at Volusia Speedway. Let's go play. Randall Dixon with a good jump as the big dog tries to maneuver that thing around the bottom, but he tightens up, opens the door for the salesman. 5th to possibly 2nd here early as the kid looking to sell some popcorn, but big run on the outside from Brennan Lacey. Brennan Lacey taking that 114 and trying to drive that thing up to the front is Jack Clevenger looking to the outside of the kid. Blake Chapman slams the door shut. Jack Clevenger's got to put his head down here and go to work. Marty Sakala up 1 spot here from the start. He's trying to reel in the big dog. Let's go off the nose here, the 48, as you see Isaac getting a little low there in 3 and 4. Marty staying right here with the big dog as he gets into the outside wall. Little commentator's curse. A bump from the 25 of Gary Sigelkow. And just like that, Marty Sakala. Man, he's going to have to start towards the back of the feature tonight. But Randall Dixon looking good. Isaac trying to run him down. But the 114 of Brennan Lacey may be the quickest car on the racetrack right now, as he is all over the rear end of that 5. Isaac Salas just, playing some good defense here for the fans, just running that middle line, whereas Lacey's trying to be a little more aggressive, driving high. Didn't work out that time as all of a sudden, Blake Chapman all over the rear end now with a 114. 2 laps to go for your leader, Randall Dixon. If he can win heat race number 1, you know what that means. He's going to start on the pole here for tonight's feature. He's got 1 more lap to hold on as he comes off of 4 white flag waves. The top 4 look pretty much settled here. The big dog comfortably in 5th. You see drivers all strung out as Randall Dixon rolls through 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag waves, and he wins heat race number 1, followed by Isaac Salas, Brennan Lacey, Blake Chapman, Ryan Beagle, Jack Clevenger, Marty Sakala, Gary Sigelkow, and Terry Landis. As we get ready for heat race number 2, rounding out the field, starting in the 9th position, the 302 of John Rayner. Outside of row number 4 in the 86, that's Ronald Lyons, the 4th. And to his inside in the 883, Bud Molyneux. My Gambler Motorsports teammate in the 55, Steven Spies, lines up on the outside of row number 3. Into his inside in the 41, the librarian, Pat Boyce. Joe Mossow takes that 00 machine and starts on the outside of row 2. Into his inside, Superman in the 218, Kurt Schatzer. Row number 1, a heat race number 2. To the outside, the 007, James Bond, a.k.a. Putt Putt, Sammy Bachman. And to his inside, $100,000 in the 518, Joseph Grandy, as we get ready for heat race number 2. Whoever wins will start on the outside of the front row for the features. Shaggy sees the overlay problem. We're going to refresh. We'll get it good on your end. And, well, probably not going to get it good on my end here as the green flag is... Oh, no. We are. Yes, they didn't shorten it. I'll tell you what. They had no idea Shaggy was having any troubles. Maybe they sensed it. You know, there's no way because, well, you're on like a 10 or 15 second delay whether I like it or not whenever I pull up the stream. It's not exactly live, so I'll tell you what, the fact that those boys got a hunch here and saved our butts pretty nice here is... Joseph Grandy rolls through 3 and 4 for the final time, and we'll see the Steve King Foundation pace truck pull off. And the boys will drop the hammer for heat race number 2 as we're ready to play in the clay. 8 laps to decide our winner. Joseph with a good start goes up and shuts the door. Putt Putt knew it was coming, lifts out the throttle, and cuts underneath Samuel Bachman to the lead through 3 and 4. Big time move for Sam. His big wreck in the back. Steven Spies involved, the librarian involved, as he's missing a right front tire. See if we can go back and get a look here what happened. Lap number 1 between the 41 and the 55. Pat slides up 55 home. He gets a shot from Rayner. Flips hard in the librarian. He's going to have to go pick up a book here and wait for the feature as his night or his heat racing came to a close here early. But battle on up front. Joseph Grandy kept in touch with your leader Sam Bachman. Something we didn't really see in heat race number 1. They kind of strung out, but 100 Grandy's right there. Superman's right there. He's got the cape flapping in the breeze. He wants those two to start dicing it up in front. It's Joe Mossow trying to work around the 883 of Bud Molyneux. Mossow currently in 5th, but would love to get up to 4th. And here comes the 302 of John Rayner creeping in on that 00 machine. He was involved in the early caution, but John able to keep most of the car straight here, and it looks like he's still feeling pretty competitive in that 302. But Joseph Grandy, man, he's getting there. He's all over the back of the 007 here. This is a 2-horse race with 2 to go. Can Grandy find a way on by? Is he going to get aggressive here through 3 and 4 as the white flag gets ready to fly? We'll stay on the nose of the 518. White flag in the air, one more trip around. Joseph's going to ride up high here. If he wants to get a run under, he's got it diamond down now. Sam will shut the door, I think, here. Joseph sends it in. Sam leaves it open. Sam likes what he's got. Checkered flag flies, and Putt Putt brings it home. Hunter Graham P2, Superman 3rd, Bud Molyneux 4th, Joe Mossow 5th, John Rayner 6th, Ron Lyons 7th, Steven Spies 8th, and Pat Boyce rounding out the field. Well, Lyons barely held off Spies there. That was actually a close one. That's why Shaggy wasn't saying it early. As we get ready for heat race number 3. Let's take a look here at our starting grid. Oh, only 8 guys in this one. Starting on the tail end of the field, outside of row number 4, the 36 of Barry Goldner. Into his inside, the general in the 87, Andy Patton. The Spider Monkey lines up on the outside of row number 3 in the 83. That's Brandon Dittmer. Into his inside in the 71, the Professor, John Heyn. Also a teammate there at Gambler Motorsports, I might add. Outside of row number 2 in the 122, that's Brian Dickens into his inside in the 171, Jake Henry. Your front row for heat race number 3, starting on the outside, Dean Reynolds in the 79, into his inside in that 30 machine, Steven Goldner, as we get ready to go play here at Volusia Speedway. Let us know who you're rooting for here. Heat race number 3. We got Butters out there tonight watching. Who else we got is the Steve King Foundation pace truck. Pulls off. The green flag is high. It's ready to fly. 8 laps to play at Volusia Speedway. Jake Henry getting on the hammer early here. Big time jump. He got aggressive, made it 3 wide, but had to check up and fall off here. Now all of a sudden he's got the 71 behind him all over the rear end. Here battling Brandon Dittmer hard here for 5th, I guess. Brian Dickens under pressure here. Steven Goldner to the outside. Looking for P2. Can Goldner drive it in underneath here? Crossover. Give it to Goldner at the line, but the 122. Oh, man. Good slide job, but even better crossover for Brian Dickens. And you got to think advantage 122 here as we go through 3 and 4. He cracks the throttle, tries to block the crossover, but Goldner too quick, gets it back at the line. Jake Henry getting involved, won't let the 122 go underneath. Brian Dickens gives the 30 a bump draft. Didn't know you could do that in the 358s until just now. Jake Henry tried to slide up. Dickens was home. Now he pinches Heyn in the wall. And boy, oh boy, it's only the heat race. Drivers getting the gloves off here early. The 171 gets into the back of Dittmer. Heyn tries to check up. Nothing he can do. They go around. Dino, man, he's smoking a cig out front. 1.4 seconds ahead. And oh, man, Dino loves what he sees off this rear end here at Volusia. 2 fingers in the air, 2 more trips around for the 79. Steven Goldner likes being in second, but he's just gonna have to. It doesn't like being in second necessarily, but he's gonna have to stay there. He's just not got enough time. White flag about to fly, 1.2. He's got to just keep his eyes out the front end here, make sure he doesn't become bait to the 122 and lose P2. As Dean Reynolds brings it through 3 and 4 for the final time. The checkered flag waves, and Dean Reynolds wins heat race number 3, followed by Steven Goldner, Brian Dickens, Brandon Dittmer, Andy Patton, Barry Goldner, John Heyn, and Jake Henry. And as we get ready for our 4th and final heat race here this evening, let's take a look at our starting grid. Starting on the outside of row number 4 in the 05, Devo Donovan Ross, and his inside in the 747, the Bassman Roger Craig. Trent Verstraeten takes the 088 and lines up to the outside of row number 3, into his inside, the 56 of Randy Shreves. Kyle Moonen in the 24 lines up on the outside of row number 2, into his inside in the 31, B-Temp Brandon Templeton. Row number 1 for heat race number 4, starting on the outside of the front row in the 075, the Philly Flyer Trevor Giroux, and to his inside in the 213, Michael Vitale. As boy, oh boy, I caught it early enough this time. Not sure what SDK doesn't like about going from grid back to tower, but it doubles over for not only you but me here. Gonna try to refresh this, get her going. Steve King Foundation pace truck will pull off, and the 213 of Michael Vitale is set to bring us to the green flag. It's high, it's ready to fly. 8 laps to go play. Oh, he pinches the Philly Flyer up early on the start. Man, maybe not against the rules, but boy, oh boy, you're not going to earn many friends that way, and the 075, he's going to remember that. Slide job in 3 and 4. The 213 tries to cross over, but Brandon Templeton was there. He's involved. Devo involved. Roger Craig also involved. 3 cars in the back early. Randy Shreves in 5th. He's lost touch as well as the front 4 look to drive away. Kyle Moonen, possibly one of the best painted race cars I've ever seen. Can he get it to the front row here in the feature? He's got to work hard now. Got to get some free spots here. The front 2's, they got their head down. They're starting to pull away from the 24, Kyle Moonen. Let's go off the gearbox here. You can see how close that 213 is. Michael Vitale. Oh boy, man, oh man, just the jokester here. Hopefully Trevor wants him to be serious right now. He doesn't need any jokes played on him. And that 75 is coming to 3 to go. Can the Philly Flyer hold off the 213? Michael Vitale, arguably the faster race car right now, but Trevor in the quicker line, and he's got to go shopping somewhere else here. Try to go down low. Maybe try to go around on the top shelf. But limited power in these 358 mods. Not going to be easy to do as we roll down the backstretch. Go through 3 and 4. The white flag's going to fly. One more trip around Volusia. Can the 213 look for a big send here into 3 and 4? He took a peek coming out of 2. Couldn't look low. Trevor shuts the door. Final time through 3 and 4. The Philly Flyer takes home heat race number 4, followed by Michael Vitale, Kyle Moonen, Trent Verstraeten, Randy Shreves, Donovan Ross, and Brandon Templeton. Roger Craig rounding out the field after being involved in the early incident. Well, I don't know here if we're going to have a B main. We may. Looks like we are. Now, okay, Shaggy's got to break the third wall here. You guys will actually be able to see it better than me. Yeah, I can't see it at all because I have it dumbed out. Let's see here. 32. 14. I think they're taking 16. I have no idea, though. It's throwing me for a loop in this one, so we're all going to find out together. But I do know 9 rows in the field, 18 drivers making the grid. Starting on the outside of row number 9, Pat Boyce into his inside, the Desert Demon, Terry Landis. Roger Craig lines up to the outside of row number 8, into his inside, Jake Henry. Steven Spees lines up on the outside of row number 7, into his inside, Gary Sigelkow. B-Temp, Brandon Templeton on the outside of row 6, into his inside, the Professor, John Heyn. Ronald Lyons to the outside of row 5, into his inside, my man, my booth partner, Marty Sakala. Devo, Donovan Ross to the outside of row number 4, into his inside, Barry Goldner. Outside of row number 3 in the 302, John Rayner, and to his inside in the 78, Jack Clevenger. Randy Shreves lines up on the outside of row 2, and to his inside, the General, Andy Patton. Row number 1 for tonight's B main. On the outside of row number 1 in the 00, Joe Mossow, and to his inside, the 84 of Ryan Beagle. Caden, I don't know how old you are here. I think the age limit is 16. I don't know. They've, maybe worked out things before with certain people, but I would imagine with your reputation with Joe Halter, may just take a message to get you in here. Your Shaggy would go to bat for you. Not that that means a whole bunch around here, but man, dude, you're one of my favorites, and I'd love to have you become part of the C2C family, as well as the big dog Ryan Beagle set to take that 84 and drop the hammer. 16 guys, I believe, make the show, and John Rayner, we're actually missing some guys, so no call for Marty. Not sure if Marty's going to get out here. Contact right away. Oh, man. Whoo, behave, boys. Everybody going to make this show, and see the 00 Joe Mossau. He falls to the back right away. He was the one who got bounced into the outside wall. Tough break for the 00. Like I say, gonna make the show, so no harm, no foul here in the early going. B-Temp, he gets buckled up out of the way. Since everybody racing right now gonna make the show, we're gonna basically treat this like it's a heat race. Let's just watch all the battling going on. There's no transfer spot right now. Got Barry Goldner in the 36, similar paint job to his son's. John Heyn looking to creep up behind him. Let's see what kind of move he throws here in 1 and 2. Floats in lower, but then just drives it right up behind. Sees that 78 down in front of him. Knows he's going to have to be patient here. You know, unless he wants to make it 3 wide as he almost gets into the back of Barry Goldner. Out front by a country mile, that 84 Ryan Beagle. You know, this guy, if you're not very familiar, if you're newer around here, the big dog used to dominate when Shaggy first came around here. We had a street stock class. And, well, you know, God bless him. Shaggy came in. I had to dethrone him in the street stocks. You know, that's one of the only championship I think I've won here in the Coast to Coast League. But man, dude, it was a lot of fun racing with the big dog. He races locally at Shwekin Speedway in Canada. And he runs the street stock up there. And man, he won the track championship this year. Dominated almost every race that Shaggy tuned into up there on the G-Force TV. They do a great job. And now, you know, they're going to get even more money coming their way as the World Outlaws coming up to Canada to play next year, as hopefully that transfers down to everyone here in the field. But man, 3 wide racing. Joe Mossau stuck in the middle. He thought better of it. He backs out as the big dog takes the white flag one more trip around. Whoop. You see the white flag out there. Ryan Beagle sails it into 3. Now's the time for this camera. Shaggy, checkered flag waves. Ryan Beagle wins the B main, followed by Randy Shrees, Andy Patton, Jack Clevenger, and John Heyn rounding out the top 5. As here normally, you know, we'd run an intermission video or something, but I'm going to mute my mic, and we're just going to have sights and sounds here. We'll go to some different drivers, check out some different cam reviews, but stick around. We're not going anywhere, and we're going to have 50 laps here to go play at Volusia. It should be a good one here. Race number 1 of 3 on the Cassie Heyn benefit night. You know what? Let's bring up a... He has no idea I'm doing this, which is why I'm saying it right now as I bring him up here. Blake, man, I see you out there on the track. Charity night, man. What are you thinking? Are we going to get a bottom to open up here? Is that going to be the place to be at the end?
It might be at the end. I'm expecting the top to be the place to be early. I'm guessing it'll kind of... Everybody will be up there, but, you know, right now I'm just trying to figure out this setup, get this gearing right. Don't run too many open 358 races, so hopefully we can get in something that feels pretty comfortable.
Well, hey, man, no points on the line. Is it win it or wear it tonight?
Oh, absolutely. We're not holding anything back.
Well, hey, man, I'll send you back down there. Good luck tonight, bud. You know I'll be rooting for you.
Thanks, Shaggy.
Send Blake down there. Let's bring up... They do only have 30 seconds here. We'll hammer somebody maybe under caution. We'll see here. I don't want to... You heard Blake kind of talking about there wanting to change his gear and stuff like that. See he pulls in the pits. He probably is. I don't want to flood these guys too long. It's a pretty crucial time. But I know Blake won't. The kid won't care. He's a great sport. One of the friendlier guys. He'll help you with anything. Anybody out there struggling in the Coast to Coast Racing League. Kid definitely, he doesn't keep secrets. He's all about, pretty much bettering everybody around him here. So, man, let's go ahead. Let's bring up the starting grid here. 32 guys. Shaggy's got to do this quick here. Outside of row number 16. In that 31, B-Temp, Brandon Templeton into his inside in the 05, Donovan Ross. John Rayner takes the 302 on the outside of row 15. Into his inside, the 36 of Barry Goldner. Outside of row 14, the 86 of Ronald Lyons, the 4th. And to his inside, the Desert Demon, Terry Landis. Joe Mossow takes the 00 on the outside of row number 13. And to his inside, the 171 of Jake Henry. The Librarian lines up on the outside of row number 12. And to his inside, the 25 of Gary Siegelcow. Gambler Motorsports row number 11. Outside, 55 of Steven Spees. And to his inside, the 71 of John Heyn. Jack Clevenger lines up on the outside of row 10, into his inside, the 87 of Andy Patton. Row number 9, the 56 of Randy Shreves. And the big dog, Ryan Beagle, to the inside. Row 8, Trent Verstraeten to the outside, and the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer, to the inside. Bud Molyneux takes the 883 and lines up on the outside of row 7. Into his inside, the salesman, Blake Chapman. Kyle Moonen lines up to the outside of row 6, into his inside, the 122 of Brian Dickens. Superman takes the 218 and lines up on the outside of row number 5, and his inside, the 114 of Brennan Lacey. Row number 4 to the outside, the 213 of Michael Vitale, and to the inside, the 30 of Stephen Goldner. Joseph Grandy takes the, they shortened it on me. Man, oh man, that was a lot of guys to do quick. They threw Shaggy for a loop. We're going to play 50 laps at Volusia Speedway. Joseph Grandy with a big hiccup there in 1 and 2. He rode up the track. He's up high 3 wide. Trent tries to throw it in. No room. Joseph tries to go down low, makes a little contact. Brandon Dittmer around on the front stretch. And boy, oh boy, we're wrecking early at Volusia. Missing a left front tire is the 883 of Brandon Dittmer. Go back and, let's not set ourselves up for failure here. Let's give us a camera. Let's see what happened to the 883. It's in the middle between the big dog and Randy Shreves. See Grandy coming down in front of him. Shreves cuts down as well. And, I mean, the big dog was already there. Nothing he could do. Nothing Dittmer can do. Hard into the inside wall. Caution out for the first time here at Volusia. Now, I'm anxious to see here. I know the caution laps are counting, I think, for the asphalt. Not sure if they're going to be. My software, it's got them counting. We'll see if it changes. here as we roll through, but when we drop the hammer and go back to green, if it doesn't change, caution laps are going to be counting, and that just means drivers, they got limited time to march up through the field. So got anything, gotta go for it now, gotta be aggressive. As we roll through 3 and 4, the Steve King Foundation pace truck, I don't think it's going to pull off just yet. Not everyone's doubled up. So it should go around one more time. And if it changes to lap number 5, Shaggy's pretty confident here that caution laps are counting. So caution laps are counting here this evening. Single file, man, oh man. Looky here. The leader's going into 3 and 4. Boy, oh boy. This is going to be a spread out restart. This is what Sammy Bachman wants here. Let's see what Putt can do. 45 laps to go when we drop the hammer. We're racing at Volusia Speedway. Look at him still coming through 3 and 4. Huge gap. I'm leaving it here for lap number 1. You know, just watch him roll through. Shaggy's pretty confident. Yeah, they'll battle in 3 and 4. We'll get a good view of it. Door banging. I think that's Superman trying to get aggressive here to the inside. But boy, you see these single file restarts really spreading the field out. Well, Superman had to tuck the cape back in and get in line here. Couldn't make the bottom work. As Blake said, he expected the top to be dominant here early on. And that's what we're seeing is Sam Bachman rolling that middle top. Smooth as a baby's bottom out front. And Randall Dixon, remember, fastest qualifier, won heat race number 1, but started on the bottom. Not where you want to start. Gonna have to see if he can work his way on up, but our heat race winners, are currently still the top 4. Brennan Lacey up 3 spots here early on. Let's see our hard charger, Joe Mossow in the 00. He's up 7 spots, but B-Temp, Brandon Templeton up 8 in the 31. Impossible to pass here early. No, not exactly easy here as we see the 71. He's still running where he started. Jack Clevenger, he's up 4 spots. He's coming under pressure to the 55. But we go up front here, 5th of the way through. Plenty of time to go, and got to make sure you're saving some tire here. You know, they're not used to doing 50 laps in the small box. They're used to doing around 30, 35, and these extra 20 laps, that's an element that may catch some by surprise. And Isaac Salas, he's looking at his teammate here. The Philly Flyer in the 75, that's his fellow Venom Racing teammate. I think he knew what was coming here. Maybe a little teamwork to get this done. No. Trevor says, not that easy, Shaggy. I'm going back. I'm going to send it in on the 5. And they got to make sure they behave because every time they do-si-do, well, that 114 of Brennan Lacey inches closer to the rear bumper of the 5 of Isaac Salas. Brennan Lacey all over that rear end here as well, Shaggy clicks the wrong camera. You see one mistake from Isaac Salas, and I mean, them bars might get bent up a little bit on the 5. It's, boy, the 114, he's all over him, gives him a shove. Going into the corner, that's because the Philly Flyer, we saw him parked on the front stretch, possibly gets into the wall and then maybe turned by his teammate. They were running 3 cars in a line. Let's see if we can figure out what happened to the 75. Trevor up above the cushion a little bit, but that's not too bad. You know, he saves himself, brings it back on. And just gets turned, I believe, by his teammate here. That wasn't a very good view. Yeah, Isaac just has that nose underneath. Maybe didn't know he was there. And hooks his teammate, but boy, oh boy, I bet you that Venom Discord pretty quiet right now. And that's 75 of Trevor Giroux. Not going to be a happy camper here. As Dean Reynolds has that 79. He's watching the laps tick here under caution. Wonder what's going through Dino's mind. And well, Shaggy's not going to be able to figure it out because Dino hiding in another Discord. Dang you, Dino. Let's see here. Do we have anyone in the top 5 in Discord? Somebody that I could just plug away at. No Sam, no Isaac's up there, but I think after what just happened, we know why I can't bring Isaac up here. That wouldn't be cool. No Lacey, no Goldner. Dang you guys. So you need to get your butts in the Discord here so I can pull you up here, especially for these fun nights here. So we'll have to see what the 007 can do, if he can hold off Randall Dixon, or if Randall Dixon, you know, can maybe find a way to get that thing up here and start battling. As we go through 3 and 4, the 007 drops the hammer. Great jump from Dean Reynolds. Benefit of a team countdown, I guarantee it. Parks it up in front of Randall Dixon, and he's going to lose 1, 2, maybe 3 spots through 3 and 4. Is big slide job from Brennan Lacey. Brennan able to secure the pass. Can Isaac Salas? He goes the work down low, side by side with the 114. Caution flag waves for the 3rd time at Volusia. Not too sure who's the culprit. I'm seeing maybe John Rayner, Terry Landis. Not gonna really know here. Let's see. Oh, it starts in front of Terry. The 00 gets into the wall. John Heyn then gets into him. They slow down. Yeah, it never is really safe from there. Let's find the 171 here, Jake Henry. So you see the 00. He gets pinched in the wall by the 78. He comes down. Jake gets into the back of him. He couldn't check up in time. Then he gets hit from the 31. Then the 87. Nowhere for anyone to go, and it's a parking lot through 3 and 4. Well, you know, I mean, he's the only one in Discord tonight, so he's getting hit hard. Like, he's gonna be my in-race reporter this evening. You know, I mean, I'm sorry, Blake. You're the only one in Discord, really, that's up here in the top 10. Well, what's the track looking like, man? You're going to be my in-race reporter tonight. Are we going to get some battle in here, or are we just not, you know, too many caution laps, not going to beat the track up?
Yeah, the top's just a little too quick right now. I found a little grip in 1 and 2 on the bottom, and slider lines working in 3 and 4, but yeah, for now the top's just a little too fast. We still got a lot of race left, though. Hopefully that top will get burned off a little bit, and we'll see some multi-groove racing. Yeah, man, almost halfway to go here. You're 1 lap to green. I'll send you back home. Go get him, kid. You're up in the top 10. Only a couple more. Thanks, Shaggy.
All right, my long-lost cousin. How high can he get here? He took all the talent. Least he can do is drive that thing on the damn podium here. He's got half a race to do it. The 007 sees the pace truck pull off. He drops the hammer. 26 laps to play at Volusia Speedway, almost halfway. Isaac Salas dives right down to the bottom. Blake Chapman also down in the basement here, trying to make it work, but couldn't find that grip through 1 and 2 as we go back towards this battle for second. Brandon Lacey slowly reeling in the 5 here of Isaac Salas. And we saw, you know, I mean, he did have position on Isaac when the caution came out, but it went back to the previous lap. Lacey had to give it back up, and Well, the caution bug strikes again here at Volusia. It's looking like the 302 of John Rayner involved in some capacity. Let's see if we can figure out what happened. Coming out of 3 and 4 for the 302. He sees contact in front of him. Couldn't check up into the outside wall. He's missing a right front tire. Two guys trying to get the caution. Finally waves, and just in time here before the leaders come around. Let's see here. Let's see what he's got here.
Yeah.
Got our man in P2. I just pulled him up mid of conversation. That'll teach you, Isaac. Hey, man, you know, you're going to have like, what, 21 to go here when we drop the hammer? Do you think you got enough to get by Sammy, or is it just too much of a one lane right now?
Oh no, there's always something to do. I'll figure something out. I can hear Lacey getting a run on me every couple laps, so you got to play a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense at the same time. But you know, I think we'll make it interesting. I think I got something.
Well, hey man, I think yeah, what, they clicked those lights off, didn't they? You're going back 1 to green.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me find the Venom Discord. I'll send you back home here. Good luck, brother.
All good. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
He knows I'm trying to find them. There they are. Get him back home. It's alphabetical until it isn't. And, well, Shaggy got him home. That's all that matters. And as we roll through 3 and 4, the Steve King Foundation pace truck will pull off 21 laps to play at Volusia Speedway. Can we stay green? Can Brennan Lacey or Isaac Salas mount a charge and get by the 007? We got 20 laps to figure it out here. Isaac looked to the inside through 1 and 2, but the 007 too quick off that top shelf. The 213 of Michael Vitale, the first guy to try to make it work on the inside through 3 and 4, I should say. We're kind of stalling out here on the inside of the 30. Steven Goldner. People are going to want to play down there later, but right now, so much grip up top that it seems like that's where you want to put the car. But Michael Vitale, he did complete the pass at the line that time by the 213, getting the low line to work. Let's see what he's got here on the inside. The 213 could go up and shut the door on the 30 if he so chooses. He does. Gonna run the middle now through 1 and 2. And if any of these guys are looking in their rearview mirror, they may have just saw the 213 make it work. Does the message get relayed here to Isaac and Brennan? Do they think about going down and trying it as Isaac gets into the front stretch wall? Lacey goes in and lays the lumber there as they tattoo each other in the middle of 2. Enter to 3 and 4. Lacey's got to get back in line, though. It cost him his momentum. And now the battle on for 4th. Here's the 213 going back downstairs through 1 and 2. Michael Vitale really finding some drive off, and we knew we'd see this bottom come in. I thought it would maybe be with 5 or 6 to go. I didn't think it would be this early. And, well, if you looked behind, if you could see him, you knew he was going to do it too if the 213 was making it work. The salesman trying to get up to this podium. He wants to tell you all about some Galen's popcorn, but he's running out of time. Can he get there? That may be what he needed. No caution, though. Oh, Goldner may be a little frustrated by getting punted. He gives Grandy a shove back, and oh, man. We still got 15 laps to go, but get the fire extinguishers out here. We may have a fire brewing here. Nowhere to go. Cars bouncing. Caution flags waving. Ron Lyons not too sure what kicked it off for Ronald Lyons here, but maybe trying to get out of the way of the leaders. I think that's just a case of you know, you see the leaders coming. Shaggy went a little too far back. My apologies. Didn't realize it was on that fast a forward. He gets out of the way of the 302. He drives it in, and, you know, you see the 5 coming. You're just trying to stay up out of the way. Gets into the wall. Bounces off the 011. Comes down off the wall. Nowhere for Grandy to go. And Brian Dickens with a wild ride in the 122. Holy Hannah. Brian Dickens spinning like a top. Let's see here. We got to go back a little further. And I'm going to see. Does Shaggy have just the camera for this? So Brian hits the wall there. Oh, man. I knew this camera would come in handy at Volusia. Looky. Oh, the right front goes off. He bounces up into the wall again, spins around, and Brian Dickens, man, he needed the bark bag after that one. So the lights are off on the Steve King Foundation pace truck. Will be set to go green this time by 9 laps left. So definitely time for at least one more caution or two, but with caution laps counting, the boys need to behave if they want to get around this 007 as the Steve King Foundation pace truck pulls off. Sam Bachman drops the hammer and brings us back to the green flag. 9 laps to go. Goes down there, shuts the door on Isaac. Isaac floats up, trying to carry some steam. He almost gets into that outside wall, and anything he may have had, he lost by having to back out of the throttle. And 8 laps to go. Blake Chapman following that 213, trying to show him, hey man, you can go a little bit lower as the yellow flag waves. One more time. Jack Clevenger, nope. Not Jack Clevenger. Joe Mossau. Sorry, went a little too far back. I'm thinking the 00 involved here. Let's see. Drives it in. Kyle Moonen slide job. And, well, if you don't drive up around, you got to crack out of that throttle or cut under if you're getting that slider thrown. And Mossau, not enough time to react. And gets into that outside wall, and we're under caution for the 6th time here at Volusia, running out of laps. And if you're putt-putt out front, that's exactly what you want to see. Maybe not very exciting for the 007, but man, you know, bringing home the checkers is a win's a win. And the 007, he'd be real happy with this one. Got a Jason Butterfield, Kelsey out there watching, Gramps out there watching. Thanks for tuning in here for Cassie Heyn benefit night. As the lights are actually back on the pace truck, so we're going to go around again. They're going to lose another lap. Only have 4 to green whenever we go back. You know what that means? If we have another caution, it's going to be a green-white checkered attempt, so guys need to behave here if they want to have some time to get some moves done. Speaking of getting moves done, your hard charger, Jack Clevenger, or no, excuse me, Brandon Templeton in the 31 up to 14th. Started 32nd, up 18 spots. Big run for B-Temp. We roll through 3 and 4. The Steve King Foundation pace truck will pull off, and we're going to have 4 laps to play in the clay. Can Sammy hold them off? Or can slide job or high line or low line Lacey get it done? As Lacey runs a little too low there, gets into the inside wall. All of a sudden, he's got an inside full of Michael Vitale looking for that 3rd and final podium spot here. 3 laps to go. Give it to the 213. Michael Vitale saw the door open and he sent it. Moves up to that final podium spot, but we got a battle for the lead. Isaac Salas finds a way around Sam Bachman. 2 to go. Boy, oh boy, Salsa. Turn the wick up. Sammy drives it in. Is he going to try to nuzzle the 5 out of the way? Not close enough to do it this time. We go down the backstretch through 3 and 4. White flag in the air. One more trip around. Can Isaac hold off the 007 or can Putt find a way to out-muscle Isaac? One more trip down the backstretch at Volusia. Final time through 3 and 4. Isaac shuts the door. He sees the checkered flag, and he's going to take it home. Sam Bachman, P2. Michael Vitale rounds out your podium. And the salesman fourth with the low line man himself, Brennan Lacey, rounding out the top 5. Man, oh man, what a race here. What a battle for the lead. Isaac Salas said there's a way to get it done. He didn't know how he was going to get it done, but man, oh man, he finds a way to get it done. And let's take a look at the move for the lead. Sam Bachman, that's what it was. That's why it happened so quick. He is going to be kicking himself here. Gets into the inside wall, bounces up just enough that Isaac can stay in the throttle. I mean, oh man, we gotta go back and look at this. I mean, this is literally, it couldn't have went any better for Isaac as we ride on the nose. Enough that he doesn't have to check up. See, you can just maintain that momentum, drive through, and that's exactly what Isaac does here. Bachman immediately has to play defense for P2. So he can't think about the crossover because the 213's there. And it's just, you know, victim of circumstance here for the 007. But sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. And man, I'd say that 5 of Isaac Salas would admit to just that here as we get ready to interview the top 3. Let's see if we can find Michael Vitale. I'm not sure who, what guys we'll get here. Is not all of them are hanging out in Discord, but we don't have, Shaggy's got 0 in the waiting room right now, so no real specific order we're waiting on. And that's actually a good question. What did happen to Dean? Let's see here. Shaggy should be able to go back here. Let me make something disappear here on Shaggy's end. Let's go back. While we're waiting on these guys here. Let's see. So Dino, he just pulls it in. He must have had damage. Said enough's enough, or maybe going to run somewhere else. Yeah, that's not sure why the 79 pulled in, but he did. We'll see here. Try to bring these guys up as I see Vitale made it to the booth. And we'll see here. Try to lock up these cameras. There we go. And we'll pull Michael Vitale up here. Hey, Mike, sorry I pulled you out mid-conversation, brother. I'm real good at doing that. But, hey, man, you sneak in there to the top 3 at the end. How are you feeling? I mean, you looked fast, dude. You were the first car to go down there and test the bottom. And, man, it worked for you.
I kept peeking down every so often just to kind of cut a groove in there. To wait till about 5-10 laps and then really start working it in. And I tell you, that bottom was coming in quick, especially in 3 and 4. But, all in all, it was a great race. And have them 2 guys in front of me, I'm good with that.
Yeah, man. Is this, a what could have been race with all the caution flags? You're still able to drive yourself up to the top 3. You got to be thinking, man, this 213 it had some speed. Maybe you deserved a little bit more than third tonight.
I tell you, I wish there was about 5 more laps in there. I think 'cause it was just a matter of time where I felt really comfortable down there, and I may have just hit it a little too late. But all in all, I'm satisfied with a third. It's all for the cause tonight, and I'm glad to be part of it.
Yeah, man, that was my next question. What's it mean? I know we do a lot of charity races, but when it's for someone who we race with week in and week out, I mean, does it mean that much more to you?
And it does. And I'm going to be straightforward. I haven't even, I'm going to send something over. I got home late from work, so I haven't been able to donate yet. But I'm definitely going to donate to this cause. John does a lot for the league, does a lot for the drivers. And, this is the least we could do for him, So I support him and everybody else here in Coast to Coast as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're a great man, Michael. We're lucky to have you here. And, man, I'm looking forward to see what you can do here in the 360s. You going to bring one out and come play?
I'm not going to ruin their night. I'm gonna sit back and watch and enjoy it.
Sounds good, brother. Well, hey, great podium, and thanks for coming out tonight.
All right, brother. You take care. Thank you.
And now, man, oh man, no 007 here, Isaac. I think maybe a little too much heartbreak there in that 007 tonight. But boy, oh boy, how you feeling? He gets into the inside wall and you looked like Moses out there parting the seas.
Yeah, we can go with that. I was very pleased to see that happen. I mean, you don't wish nothing bad on anybody, but that was honestly the only way I was gonna get past Sam tonight. He was a rocket ship tonight. So yeah, not my best way to pass somebody, but I mean, I'll take a win.
Yeah, no, man, a win's a win. And, well, you had Kelsey, you had Gramps out there rooting for you tonight, so I'm sure the fans are definitely happy. But, what's going through your head? Because realistically, I mean, we both know it, with all those cautions, if he doesn't make that mistake, I mean, your chances of winning are slim to none. Were you kind of just, riding, hoping he made a mistake, or were we going to see a big send no matter what?
Well, you seen the big send right on the restart. I almost went in there and cleaned us both out, and kind of slammed on the brakes a little too hard, and I probably messed up anybody behind me, but I didn't want to take Sam out, and that was my biggest priority, and I lost like probably 2 car lengths on him and everything like that, and I knew that I wasn't going to get by him, and so I was pedaling. Don't you worry, I was sending that thing, but yeah, like, he had ran a great race up until that one point. He just gave me one opportunity, and I was running the bottom with him, and by the time that he kind of corrected and everything else, I was just getting there and already there. So that was, it's a little bit of luck, a little bit of misfortune, and a little bit of saving grace, I guess, to pull it home tonight.
Now, we've seen it happen before with you on these charity nights, but what's the confidence level going into the 360? Do we have a chance here to sweep the dirt?
Well, I don't like Volusia, but the boys over here, we've been pretty solid, and all the friends and I, that we've been pretty solid in sprints. Dittmer won a championship. Trent, he's always fast in a sprint car. So I got a little bit of hope, but you're running up against some of these guys that are the cream of the crop, they say. That's a little shout out to one of our Renegades drivers. I'll let you guess who. But yeah. So I don't know. I'm half and half. I think we got a chance.
Well, hey, man, before I let you thank the sponsors and kick you out of here, I'm going to ask every driver this tonight. We do a lot of charity races for a lot of things, and not all of them always, hit this close to home. What's it feel like, hitting the race or hitting the racetrack, raising money for basically a family member here at the Coast to Coast Racing League?
This is a big one. All of ours are big, don't get me wrong, but this is a big one, especially when it's so, like almost first person, if that makes any sense, that, it happened to somebody that really, like, the family means a lot to this league. John means a lot to this league. Like it really does mean a lot. And when we put all these on, you don't like it to be in benefiting one of them because it means something, doesn't happen the way that we want it to go. But, it's also good to see how big of a community this is and how many people really do appreciate the Heyn family. And, like for me, especially like when I first got into Coast to Coast, he halfway took me under his wing when I wanted to start doing a little bit more broadcasting on the side and kind of work on my craft in that aspect. And, I did my first broadcast with him. And so, it really means a lot to do this. And it especially means a lot to just what this community really means to all of us. So, big shout out to the Heyn family. You've been in my thoughts ever since I found out about it in all reality. But yeah, you can't really put it I can't put it into any words, I guess, of just how much it truly means.
Well, hey, man, great run. You bring home the checkered flags here. Congratulations. Thank those spotters. Thank those sponsors before I kick you out.
Yeah, I just big shout out to all the guys at Venom Racing. It's a pleasure with all these guys. It's just an absolute beauty when they're all around. I'm sorry to Trevor. I felt so bad, just so you know. And so I hope he accepts my apology. I'm going to talk to him here in a couple minutes about it. But yeah, other than that, Dean and Super Dirt Car Series, Magnum Race Designs, Tommy Gun Customs, JRB Designs for that beautiful scheme. We're cooking up something in light of Christmas, so we'll see what we're thinking about. RSN Trackside, Mission 22. Top Notch Trucking with Gramps, Shaggy TV with you, sir. Regency Home Inspections with Brian. Everybody here in Coast to Coast, man. Like I said, it's an awesome league. I've beat this drum to death so many times, but what truly is, and the community we have here with everybody, I love to say that we have made a little bit of a difference in some people's lives. So, and that's all you can ask for. Big shout out to Mom and Dad, Gramps for always watching, Kelser for watching, even though she's at work. All my other friends, and then thank you for the broadcast, and I think that's it.
Well, hey man, great run, and look forward to seeing what you can do here in the sprints.
Awesome, thanks, man.
And well, I wasn't sure here, Sam, if we were gonna see you. Isaac went a little long. Thank you for sticking around, but man, dude, that's a tough way to lose. You're leading that thing the whole way, bounce off the inside wall. I mean, what's going through your head?
Yeah, I mean, I figured it was probably gonna happen. All those cautions were taking me out of my mojo. I feel like I definitely had a faster car. If that would have stayed green, it probably would have been a different story, but that's racing for you and it is what it is.
It's probably all my fault because I just realized I was calling you Putt-Putt all night, and that's, of course, your teammate Clay Christopherson, so just blame me for messing up the nicknames here, Sam. But
It's probably helping.
Hey, you know what? I didn't think about it like that. Maybe it was, I mean, when you're coming there in the closing laps, I mean, obviously you getting into the inside wall, I can see it's tricky, but just, I mean, how difficult is it to back up the corner, when you've been running the high side pretty much the whole time? I mean, having to adjust on the fly.
Yeah, it definitely takes a couple laps to get used to it or whatever, but I mean, once you get it down and just put it in your memory and just roll with it the whole time.
Well, hey, man, at the end of the day, we're here for charity. So, some of these things, we do charity events for a lot of things, but this one, for a driver here that we race with all the time, I mean, does it mean a little more to you here coming out for something like this?
Yeah, it does. I mean, John, he's like family here for everybody, and I mean, it just sucks for him and his daughter to be facing this, but hopefully all goes well.
Well, hey, man, Sam, we're thankful to have you come out tonight. You put on a hell of a show. P2, man, something to hang your hat on. That's a good run in this field. Congratulations. Who you want to thank?
All the boys over at FTM, Gunnar at Swan's Speed Shop, Dean over at Super Dirt Car Series, Expert Installation, Coast to Coast for putting these on and donating a lot of money, and Shaggy, you for broadcasting.
Well, hey, great run, Sam, and hopefully we see you in the sprint cars, brother.
Yes, sir.
And now I'm going to bring up a man who, well, first off, Marty, why didn't you go out there for the B main? What happened?
Let's just say I had the exact same moment Anthony Morano did on Thursday night. My fan attack decided to take a crap on me, so I decided to update everything and plug it in another USB hub, restart the PC, and so now I'm good to go.
All right, so we're gonna have you out here for the 360s.
Yes, you will.
All right. Well, hey man, those interviews ran long, so I won't bug you too much. But in light of everything that's been going on with you and your family, what does it mean being here for a benefit night for this?
Well, first off, I'm glad to kind of take a Monday away from the mic as I need a break to, have some fun. But number two, with it being, a benefit event for brain cancer, obviously, number one, it's most important for John Heyn's family to support John's daughter. But also, number two, I know my dad and my family knows what Cassie went through because my dad's been through it with a much worse condition as well at the same time that cost him his life a couple months ago. So just happy to be out here with special paint scheme or two and having my dad's name and Cassie's name on the race cars mean everything.
Yeah, man, that is awesome, Marty. And anytime, man, you want to get out here and shred it up, I'm always here to fill in. But look forward to see what that thing can do here in the 360s. Give him hell tonight, Marty.
Awesome, man. Thanks so much.
And we're going to take a quick break here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. And with that, or after the break, we'll be back with part 2 of 3 here. We're going to get the 360s out to play here at Knoxville. At Volusia. Sorry. Stick around, and we'll be back with more racing action.
It's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion. Trying to be a bit of a hiatus, so let's get.
Tonight we'll be talking about it.
of love was amazing. These dollars had come together to support us, and we realized, no, we didn't want to use them for us. We wanted to use them to help others.
The foundation has done so much for so many people. It helps any family that has somebody, whether it be a crew member or one of the drivers, that get hurt. We can help them to get through the situation.
I was injured in a non-wing sprint car accident that broke my neck and left me with a spinal cord injury. I was in the hospital 8 months, and that got really, really expensive. So having that extra help to help push me and my family forward was a big deal.
I was involved in a pretty gnarly sprint car crash. Found out my brain was swelling and bleeding. Pelvic bone was broken. I had 2 cracked vertebrae on my back, and I was in the ICU a little over a week. The Steve King Foundation reached out to my parents. We received a donation from them. Immediately, they started me on what's called neurofeedback, and insurance did not cover the neurofeedback appointments. So we received another donation from the Steve King Foundation. It really helped a lot, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to the Steve King Foundation for everything that they have done for me. This last Sunday, I got to turn laps in my modified here. That was my first laps back in a race car since the accident, and I truly believe that if it wasn't for the Steve King Foundation, I wouldn't be able to do that or be where I'm at today.
Yes, Steve's death is the reason the foundation exists, but it's Steve's life, and it's the lives of racers everywhere, is the reason we're able to do the work we do.
Man, Shaggy's apology here about the late intro. You may hear me mute myself again. I'm getting a little sneezing episode here. But we're back live on the Coast to Coast Racing Network for part 2 of 3 of the Cassie Heyn benefit night here. I'm Zach Chapman with Shaggy TV, and well, pretty good race there in the 358 modifieds. Had some cautions, but kind of expect that with 32 drivers, and at the end we had a great battle for the lead between Isaac Salas and Samuel Bachman. It doesn't look like Sam Bachman is in this room. I do see Isaac. He hasn't put in a time yet. I hear the drivers talking. We should see that checkered flag wave here any second. We're going to advance into qualifying and we'll get ready here to unleash the 360s here at Volusia. We'll have to see what the new times look like here as they get ready to qualify, but we do have, I'll tell you what, after the bad luck that he had, no matter what. Now, where's Brandon? No Brandon Templeton. So yeah, it was anybody's guess who pulled out on the racetrack first. I think it's Michael Todd here. That's who we're rolling with in the mystery machine. That 117 ripping around here. Gonna run that middle low slider here, lap number 1. What's it going to look like for the 117 of Michael Todd? Dropping down that chart here as more lap times start to come in. The 30 of Steven Goldner. Always quick with a 14.35 lap number 1. Lap number 2. Slower for Steven Goldner. Dylan Berg. He takes quick time, though, with a 14.34. Good run for Dylan Berg as Rick Main parks it on the third spot here, lap number 2. And ooh, he had a Christmas-inspired scheme, but looky, the salesman wants to talk about some popcorn. Looks like he's gonna qualify on the pole. Lap 2, not gonna improve, but may not need it. The salesman, Blake Chapman, man, he came ready to play. Trent Verstraeten 1 lap in the books. He's P14. Now 15th. Randy Shreves knocks him down a peg. Can the 88 improve quicker through Sector 1? What's he got through 2? He is quicker. 14.237. That's going to move Trent up to P5. Isaac Salas coming around for lap number 1. Let's see what Salsa can do here. Can Slide Job find some quick time? 14.237. Going to put him P6 for now. Now 7th is Ross the Boss. Comes in 6th there, lap number 2. Oh, Isaac just not seeing the time. Lifts at the line and gonna have to stick with lap number 1 is my man Marty Sakala. Here he goes. Let's see what he's got here. As we ride on board here with Marty, head bouncing around. And look how smooth he looks, though, there through 1 and 2, but coming off, loses the rear end a little bit. Gonna try to get some of that speed back. I would have probably ripped the top in 3 and 4 there. Tried to go all out here for lap number 2, but Marty currently 19th is the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer. P2 on lap number 1. Can the 83 improve? He's slower through Sector 1, slower through Sector 2. But the Spider Monkey P2, great run for the 83 of Brandon Dittmer. Tell you what, he's happier than a hog, and you know what, man. You'd have told him, you're going to qualify P2 for this thing tonight. I guarantee he'd be smiling like a butcher's dog. And the 83 qualifying P2, Chad Cote, he finds a little time through Sector 1, but a 14.23, or no, it was 14.5, excuse me. Ross Corinna, or Chad Cote, excuse me, coming home 12th in that 11. As all the drivers have qualified, Gary Taylor and Mike Cramner, they started their second lap but didn't finish, so even if they pulled out, it wouldn't register. So the salesman, Blake Chapman, Brandon Dittmer, Dylan Berg, Stephen Goldner, and Rick Main round out your top 5 in qualifying. Boy, oh boy, we knew we were going to raise some money tonight, which we definitely have here. And, you know what? Maybe I put him on the spot real quick. I can always send him back before we go, but I figure we'll just throw him on the spot here, as I actually was muted, so he didn't hear any of that introduction. But Roger, we're talking about it a little bit. How much? What's the money looking like so far? Have we done a good job? Do we need to do more? Oh, you're talking through iRacing, other button, Discord.
Oh, yep.
There we go.
We're doing a fantastic job here, buddy. We are already up to $1,900.
Nice.
And I know there's more guys still to donate. So just incredible respect for John Heyn, and everybody feels for Cassie. So if Cassie's listening, we hope you're feeling a lot better, Cassie, and we're all pulling for you. And there's a great show of strength here in the Coast to Coast Racing League for you tonight. Not just financially, but spiritually as well. We're all here for you.
Yep, yeah, for sure. And John too. Anything anybody needs in that family, any one of us are here for. But Roger, I'll send you back home here. Good luck tonight, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot, buddy.
This boy, man, he's a salty dog. He's going to have to tuck away that bone. There's a lot of fast dogs out here tonight, and heat race number 1 is full of them. Rounding out the field, starting on the outside of row number 5, the 34 of Gary Taylor. He is inside the 70 of Mike Cramner. The Desert Demon, Terry Landis, to the outside of row 4, and is inside Barry Goldner. the Professor John Heyn to the outside of row 3 into his inside, Devo Donovan Ross. Jack Hitt lines up on the outside of row 4 into his inside, Ross the Boss Corinna. Row number 1 looks like a god-dang feature here, these top 4, but boy, oh boy, somebody's got to bring this thing home. On the outside, the 30 of Stephen Goldner, and his inside. Get your popcorn ready. That's the salesman, Blake Chapman, as we get ready to roll. This is a treat, I'll tell you what. Some great drivers. The green flag is high. It's ready to fly. Let's go play in the clay at Volusia Speedway. Goldner going right to that top where Mama hides the cookies, trying to get a big run as Ross Corinna trying to slot underneath here. Gets a little sideways on entry. Fighting the car through the middle of the corner. He's got to get that 10 up high. John Heyn got the Bass Pro machine working up top as he's on the outside of the chocolate water in the Yoo-Hoo machine. Terry Landis, that Desert Demon, loves that inside. There's some tack down there for the chocolate water. Ross Corinna slowly reeling in Stephen Goldner, and we got a slide job. P2, Stephen Goldner looking to come back with one of his own. Parks it on the 10. Ross comes underneath. Little salt to go with that pepper here. Throws it in. Big slider. Ross is going to have P2 in the line. Blake Chapman comfortably out front. John Heyn comfortably in 5th. Battle on behind. Between Barry Goldner, we see Gary Taylor. He's up and over. You get to that outside wall, it'll just suck you up there. That's what happened to the 34. And just like that, Gary Taylor going to be starting in the back here for tonight's feature as we watch Blake Chapman. That's Ross Corinna. There we go. There's Blake Chapman leading the way, 2 to go, running the bottom. Kid loves it down there, but maybe getting spicy up top. I think he got the message. He runs the high side through 3 and 4. White flag in the air. Here comes Ross. Ross Corinna ripping the high side, but he just ran out of time as they roll through 3 and 4. Checkered flag waves. Blake Chapman's going to start on the feature front row for tonight's feature. Ross Corinna, P2, Stephen Goldner, 3rd, Jack Hitt, 4th. John Heyn, Donovan Ross, Barry Goldner, Mike Cramner, Terry Landis, and Gary Taylor round out your field. As we get ready for heat race number 2, rounding out the field in the 747, the Bassman Roger Craig. Into the outside of row 4 in the 117 in the mystery machine. That's Michael Todd. To his inside in the 48. My man up here in the booth, Marty Sakala. Outside of row number 3 in the double nickel, that's Steven Spees. Into his inside in the 87, the General Andy Patton. Row number 2 to the outside, the 24 of Kyle Moonen. And to the inside, that slide job, Isaac Salas. Row number 1, man, oh man, this is another one. To the outside in the 187, the real deal, Rick Main. And to his inside, the 83, the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer. As we roll around here, Shaggy tries to find the best view we can of that A&J Custom Creations Christmas machine. Thing looks pretty good, that 187. Andy Patton does a great job over there. Peyton, I believe that's who does A&J Custom Creations. If not, I'm sorry, but you got the plug anyway, and the green flag's high. It's ready to fly. Heat race number 2 as we drop the hammer. Brandon Dittmer looking to fight off Rick Main through 1 and 2, but Rick's going to have a big run on that top shelf. Can Brandon throw a slide job into 3? That's exactly what the Spider Monkey does. He clings on to that lead. Rick Main, though, he wants it back. He had a little taste, and he wants more. Side by side coming out of 2. Spider Monkey's got position through 3 and 4, and Got to think, well, Rick, he's going to try it one more time. Is Brandon, he gets a little loose there, over accelerates, hitting the tack down the straightaway, and he sees that lead evaporate as now he's got to fall in line. Brandon Dittmer, P2. The general, Andy Patton, what can he do? He's got a mirror full of Kyle Moonen, who sends it in and throws a slide job. Moonen gets in the outside wall, almost gets into Andy, but no harm, no foul. They roll on. The Bassman looking to the inside of the double nickel. He gets a little loose in that autism awareness machine as Steven Speed's just trying to rip that lip and be smooth on the outside. Rick Main looking to drive off into the sunset here. 3 laps to go as the Spider Monkey losing touch. We see that lead up to half a second. Oh, big wreck! Big wreck. Who was that? Kyle Moonen involved. Isaac Salas involved as well. He's parked up there. We're going to have to look at this. I think Isaac, possibly the start of this accident. We'll have to see. So he gets into the outside wall. Kyle Moonen slides up. Isaac's there. They make contact. Isaac then gets hit by Marty Sakala, who loses his wing. And Marty out here driving a wingless. That's what Marty's doing, is the white flag out. Or that's actually it. Shaggy missed the end. Rick Main goes off. Rick Main, Brandon Dittmer, Andy Patton, Steven Spees, Roger Craig, Michael Todd, Kyle Moonen, and Marty Sakala coming in behind him without the wing. Boy, oh boy, the mayhem ensued here in heat race number 2. Boy, man, hopefully the drivers get their apologies out of the way here and we can behave. If not, we may get fireworks early once again as heat race number 3, rounding out the field in the 41, the librarian, Pat Boyce. Outside of row number 4 in the 181. That's Jeffrey Kemper, my teammate at Gambler Motorsports, and is inside the 56 of Randy Shreves. Outside of row number 3 in the 00, that's Joe Massow, and to his inside the 78 of Jack Clevenger. Chad Cote takes that number 11 machine and lines up on the outside of row number 2, and to his inside the 114 of Brennan Lacey. Row number 1 to the outside in the 088, Trent Verstraeten. And to his inside in the number 14 machine, Dylan Berg. So let us know who you're rooting for if you're out there watching. Let's get that chat box pumping, man. Even if it's just a hey Shaggy. You know, even if it's a Shaggy, I don't like you. Bring back Marty. You know, we want Marty on Mondays. That's fine. But let's get the chat box rolling here. Let's get it going for Cassie Heyn benefit night. The green flag is high. It's ready to fly. Heat race number 3 underway. 8 laps to go play. Dylan Berg with a great jump, able to slide up and shut the door. But Brennan Lacey, man, he's looking low line. Lacey, 3rd to 1st, just like that, side by side at the line. Dylan gonna send it back in. He's not gonna let it go that easy, but can Lacey rip that outside? Can he come back and make another run here, or did he just blow his wad too early here? 6 laps to go. Back to the inside. He says, Shaggy, I got stamina, man. I can go for some more. Goes back to the inside while the 14 of Dylan Berg gets into that outside wall, and he watches the lead slip away. Pat Boyce trying to look to the inside here, the 56. He's got Jack Clevenger behind him, so he can't be too patient. Jack's going to want to get on the move. He's always quick in that 78. That 56, he normally is a hot rod too, but feeling a little sour right now. Not rolling as good as that 56 normally does. He shuts the door on the librarian. Brandon Lacey, man oh man, almost a second here, rolling out of 4. 3 laps to go. Dylan Berg just trying to hold on to P2. Probably got some damage on that right front after getting into the wall. And Trent Verstraeten, big old smile on his face. trying to work around him for P2, running out of time, 2 laps to go. Trent all over the rear end of the 14. Can he find a way around? He peeks to the high side as we ride onto the front wing. Looks to the inside, kicks it a little sideways though, white flag in the air. Looks to the inside, trying to find some grip. He sends it down the backstretch, but Brennan Lacey sails through the top through 3 and 4. He takes home the checkered flag in heat race number 3 as Dylan Burke just holds on to P2. Trent Verstraeten third, Randy Shreves P4. Jack Clevenger, Pat Boyce, Joe Massow, Jeff Kemper, and Chad Cote round out the field. As we have a quick little warm-up here, Shaggy's going to mute his mic. We'll sit around and watch the show. It's charity night. We don't need promo videos. It's for charity, you know? I mean, come on. There's plenty of ads and other nights. We're just going to let the show roll here. We're going to sit on the front stretch. Shaggy's going to crack open a ice-cold Pepsi and enjoy a minute or two of silence. But we'll be right back on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. And seeing guys get into that outside wall, and well, it's something to kind of expect here. And we're going to see the track move around a lot once again. And I imagine, you know, that the kid brought us good insight the last race on how the track was going to transition. Let's see what the Volusia guru has to say here, Blake. Currently, quick time. Seems like everybody's running that middle high line, but are we going to see that low line break out here again at the end?
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it doesn't come in. The way this track's looking, it's going to be pretty racy. Actually, from the jump, I think. And this track's a little bit rougher after the rework, but, you know, hopefully we're still able to put on a good show.
Well, hey, man, you know, starting up front, you did half the battle there. Good luck here the rest of the way.
Thanks, Shaggy.
Thinks it's going to be racy early on, so I dig that, and I happen to agree. We're seeing guys fan out there now through 3 and 4, and I mean 2, 3 wide almost. It's going. Oh, Devo gets tagged hard into the wall. We may see some of that here tonight too, but hopefully not a lot of it. Let's see how many drivers we got here. I think 28 are taking the feature, so. Should be 14 rows, I think, right? That's what we're thinking. Rounding out the field, starting on the outside of row number 14. That's the 34 of Gary Taylor, and to his inside, the 11 of Chad Cote. Isaac Salas to the outside of row 13, and to his inside, the Desert Demon, Terry Landis. Jeff Kemper lines up on the outside of row number 12, and is inside the 48 of Marty Sakala. Mike Cramner lines up to the outside of row number 11 and is inside the 00 of Joe Massow. Row number 10 to the outside, well, Shaggy clicked the wrong thing. My apologies. We're going to jump the row. You saw the dashboard come up. We can bring that up later, but row number 10 to the outside, the 24 of Kyle Moonen into his inside, the 36 of Barry Goldner. The librarian lines up to the outside of row number 9. Well, they're already rolling. We got to go quick. Michael Todd to the inside, Donovan Ross, Jack Clevenger. Row number 8, row 7, Roger Craig, John Heyn. Row 6, Randy Shreve, Steven Spees, Jack Hitt, Trent Verstraeten. Row 5, the General Andy Patton and Steven Goldner. Row number 4, Dylan Berg, Brandon Dittmer. Row 3, Ross the Boss, Brennan Lacey. Row 2, your front row, the real deal Rick Main into the inside. The salesman Blake Chapman is... We're going to assume they're going to send it off in early, and Shaggy didn't do that for nothing, but we'll see. Because they shortened it on me the last time. Nope. Okay, Shaggy was rude to some drivers. My apologies. Didn't have to shorten it, but man, last time they ran it through on me, and I got caught out, so I wasn't letting that happen again. So roll around here. Blake Chapman set to lead the way, and should be a great race here. As we got the Christmas mobile to his outside, Rick Main. Love to see that 187 parked on the podium, but Blake ain't going to make it easy as the Steve King Foundation pace truck pulls off. 50 laps to play at Volusia Speedway, and the boys are underway. Blake Chapman trying to hook up that inside right away. Loves the low line. Rick Main feeling good on the high side. What's it going to look like at the line? Give it to the 187. Caution waves early. Randy Shreve's involved. Donovan Ross involved. And possibly the 48 of Marty Sakala is not too sure why when we keep coming to these replays it's throwing us on there, but looks like Steven floats up, gets into the side of the 56 of Randy Shreves. Comes down, Devo nowhere to go, Kyle Moonen nowhere to go, Marty nowhere to go. Hard hit for Marty Sakala in the 48 machine. Dude just trying to come out and play here and ends up getting a concussion and a tattoo here. Let's see what it looked like at full speed. Nowhere to go at all for the 48, and man, bounces around. That thing's mangled up and had to tow that thing, and with caution laps counting, that's gonna, put those drivers who tow a lap down. So tough break here for the 48 of Marty Sakala. Got Gary Sigelkow, Corey Schartzer out there. Thanks for tuning in. Have to see if Rick Main can hold off, able to get the lead here early from Blake Chapman, but a long, long way to go here with the 360s at Volusia. Some of these drivers probably like in some early caution laps, they may have been pushing it close on fuel. I mean, these are open setups. Drivers can adjust accordingly, so even if you fill this thing up, you may only be good for, let's say, 45 laps of running hard. So you may have had to choose to baby it here and there. But with the pace truck pulling off, Rick Main set to drop the hammer. And we're back underway at Volusia Speedway. 46 laps to go. Shot out like a rocket there through 1 and 2, leaving the salesman in the dust. Can Brennan Lacey look to the outside of the kid? Blake's going to go up and shut the door. Maybe realized, hey, as much as I want this track to be racy, maybe you do want to be up high right now. As Dylan Berg, he shoves the 10 up out of the groove here. Ross Corinna, he's not going to forget that thing. The boss looking good, though, in the 10 right now. He sees a battle going on in his rearview mirror. Steven Goldner trying to fend off the 87 of Andy Patton, who a caution is out one more time. Looks like possibly the 34 of Gary Taylor involved. Let's see here. Actually, not really getting anything in here, so let's see if this is it. Oh, that's definitely it. Contact between Jeffrey Kemper and Chad Cote. Boy, oh boy, wild ride for the 10. Man, oh man, looked like it was just innocent racing at first, but it looks like the 181 comes up and shuts the door here. Let's see, yeah, it does. Makes contact with the right front. And man, oh man, end over end, just gets grabbed in the fence. And somebody's going to want to check on Chad Cote here. That was a wild ride for the 11. Brendan Lacey, though, was able to get around Blake Chapman before the caution came out. So Brendan Lacey moving on up to P2. Can the low line, man, in the 114, get around Rick, or is he going to stay committed to that high side where Rick is? It's so you guys trying to get their lap back and other guys getting ready to go double file. That can always get a little tricky here. But Rick Main looking to bring that Christmas special home on the top step. Still a long way to go here. If you're out there watching, let us know who you're rooting for. Running out of time to pick your driver here for this thing. As the green flag is high, it's ready to fly. Rick Main drops the hammer, and we're going to go play 40 laps to go at Volusia Speedway. Ooh, Blake Chapman, man, just not big fan of these restarts here. Hasn't been working out well for the 20. May lose another spot, possibly 2 spots, as Steven Goldner, he had that choo-choo train on the tracks there, man. Has the steam rolling out of that 30 machine. Steven Goldner gets Blake. Blake stuck on the bottom watching Ross the boss come around into 10. This is where the action's at. You see Rick Main kind of pulling away from Brennan a little bit. But these boys battling hard here early. This may be where the experience of the young kid. It's crazy that we're saying that. Running the bottom, maybe thinking about, hey guys, this is 50 laps. I'm going to need some tires at the end of this thing. Long, long way to go. Oh, caution is out. Who do we got? Who do we got? A couple drivers involved. We'll have to see if we can go back and does SDK help us out here? Can't tell. Is that possibly? Yeah, that was Isaac Salas. Okay. So Isaac Salas involved. Let's see. He's running under Barry Goldner. Gets loose. Comes up. Gets into the side of the 36. Hard into that inside wall. And the caution comes out. Barry Goldner and Isaac Salas. You're 2 involved. Still not at the halfway point here. 3 cautions so far in the 360 sprints. As the lights are still on the pace truck. Shouldn't be going back green this time, I don't think. I believe I saw him on. What we'll have to see here is I think some drivers still trying to get back on the lead lap. So no rush here, and I think Marty possibly went around too many times. And, well, Marty knows the deal as a broadcaster. He parks that thing. We're going to go around under caution one more time, maybe. So be careful coming to the complete stop there, broadcasting buddy. 'Cause yeah, see the lights do come back on. We're going to go around one more time. Now, normally, you know, no big deal, but with caution laps counting, that's just sand running out of the hourglass here, and makes the 114 and the 14 have to work that much harder to get around Rick Main. Anytime Rick shows up here in the Coast to Coast Racing League, he's always a competitor in that 187, and showing up here, leading the way. Definitely not disappointing here early. But it's a Steve King Foundation pace truck, pulls off. Gonna have 31 laps left here at Volusia. Rick drops the hammer, stays up high this time, changes it up a little bit. Great restart for the 187. Dylan Berg feeling the heat from Steven Goldner, who comes down on Blake Chapman. Blake couldn't lift in time. He's able to save the car. That could have been bad for Blake. Works out for Steven Goldner, though, who he ends up driving around. Brennan Lacey, not too sure what happened to Lacey there. Now Ross Corinna drives this thing on up to the podium, but not so fast. The 14, low line. Lacey drops back under. Steven Goldner was able to throw a big move on his teammate, but now it looks like Lacey's kind of gotten his you-know-what together here, and he's all over the back of 36 telling him, hey, man, you better go, because this 114 is ready to roll. And will we see Lacey throw a move? He's got a hungry 10 of Ross Corinna behind, and we got 3 wide behind them. Dylan Berg shoves Blake up. Blake's got to crack the throttle. Man, oh man, that 14, they're getting aggressive. Blake's going to give it back to him there, pinch him down, hold that middle. And Blake gets the good run off the corner. Dylan Berg hard into the inside wall, and him and Terry Landis, wild ride at Volusia. Big flip for both of them, and he's not holding his brakes. He drifts down the track and collects some other guys. Tough break here. Big wreck for Dylan Berg. See if we can see what kicked this thing off here for the 14. Couldn't tell if he got help from behind or if he just loses it. Let's see. So he just floats up. I mean, you see Dittmer check up. He even gets hit. I mean, Dittmer couldn't check up in time. Hard into the inside wall. Nothing anyone can do here. You got a car flipping up the track. Terry Landis, man, oh man. Whew. That is a ride for the 161, the Desert Demon. That's tough, and this is what... See, the tire was spinning. He let off the gas, but damn, just didn't hit the brake, and collects Jeff Kemper, collects Marty, and Barry Goldner, absolutely nowhere to go. Gets collected as well. Another huge wreck here at Volusia. We got time here. Let's see here. Just, you know, your Terry Landis. Oh! Wild ride. Nothing the 161 could do there. And man, he's going to have to pack it up in the trailer early. So with 22 laps to go, when we drop the hammer, should be going back green. This time by as the lights are off on the pace truck. The boys better hope Santa's not watching this race here. Might get a couple people added to the naughty list. 4 cautions already. 22 laps when we take the green flag. We're back underway. Rick, you're about to hear Shaggy's sneeze. Excuse me. I couldn't reach over to the other monitor and mute myself. Ross Corinna, man, he gets that thing loose on the top shelf. Andy Patton in the 87 tried to take a peek, but before he could, we're back under caution once again. Joe Mossau and Michael Todd involved. See if we can see what happened. The 00, something had already started. So we already had a bunch of damage. Oh man, okay, so iRacing not gonna help us with this one, I don't think. Did it start with Isaac? Let's see here. So Isaac goes in, gets into Jack Clevenger, does a loop, he incidents out, I think. So that had absolutely nothing to do with the other wreck, though. Let's see here. I saw the mystery machine was involved. Can we diagnose what's happening? All right, so we're going to click here. We're going to go find Steven Spies. So this had already happened. And, well, we saw Steven get into the 56 earlier. Maybe a little retaliation. Steven didn't want to back out, goes around. Oh, and that's where the contact. So Marty trying to dive low, missed the slow 55. They make a little contact, and just like that, under caution again here. I mean, multiple wrecks, so not really one person or incident to blame on that one. But we're running out of time here at Volusia. The guys got to start behaving. Let's see here. We shouldn't... Lights aren't off yet, I don't believe. See, oh, yes, they are. We're going back green. 17 laps to go when we drop the hammer. 5 cautions already, so tire wear shouldn't be that much of an issue here. If you've saved anything, it's time to empty it out. And look at Ross Corinna doing just that. That Velocity Race Designs number 10 trying to find some grip down low, but he opened the door for the salesman. Blake Chapman looking to run the outside. He saw the slide job coming. He counters underneath the 10. He's thinking about throwing it in 3 and 4. Ross jumps the cushion hard into the outside wall, and no caution just yet here. Not sure if we're even going to get one. Well, we're going to get one now. No, maybe not here. Flagman's decided to keep it in his pocket. Blake Chapman here in the leaders. Look at this. Steven Goldner all over Rick Main as we're coming up on lap traffic. Slider caution out at Volusia right as Steven Goldner was sending it in. And just like that, our 6th caution of the evening here in Volusia. I think the mystery machine may have been involved. In this one, it looked like there was just some tomfoolery going on in front of him here. 36 is wounded in front of it. Oh, boy. Shaggy accidentally hit fast forward. Oh, my God. What a ride for Michael Todd there. Barry Goldner bounces off the wall, comes up. Michael Todd, boom! That defies everything I know about physics. My 10th grade physics teacher... I may have to show him this. He didn't tell me that cars could do that. And boy, oh boy, somebody check on the 117 of Michael Todd. Wild ride for the mystery machine. Lights are still on, so that means at most we're going to have 10 laps to go when we go back green. Steven Goldner looks to have a hot rod, but with all these cautions, can he find a way around? He's running out of time. Mr. Goldner is lucky he's not in Discord, or I would pull him up right now and pluck his brain. The lights are off on the pace truck, though, and we should get ready to go green this time by. As you see the field, what is left here? Not a bunch of survivors, and a lot of guys wounded here, bandaged up, but 10 to go when they drop the hammer. Can anyone dethrone the 187? Here comes Stephen Goldner. Blake Chapman shuts the door on Brennan Lacey as Stephen Goldner. Here he comes! Slide job for the lead. Oh no! Caution out once again here at Volusia. And man, oh man, a heartbreaker for Stephen Goldner. Every time he makes a move, the caution comes out. Jack Hitt throws it in on Pat Boyce, who sees a sideways 56. Nowhere for him to go. Let's see what happened there to Randy Shreves. So the 87 checked up on John Heyn. John had to hit the brakes, and when he did and came down, Randy got into the side of him, and just like that, involved in an accident, said Stephen Goldner. I hope this is just an abrupt slowdown here, and Stephen didn't really damage this 30 machine. That would be a tough break for Goldner. Yeah, it doesn't look like to me that Goldner hits anything here. So just iRacing didn't like the quick slowdown, I guess. Running out of laps, though. If the lights go off this time, that means we got 6 to go, and Stephen Goldner may need every single one of those laps here. How many times? You know, can he keep nailing these restarts and getting that run on the 187? I mean, Rick may have burned up his stuff. This may be what Blake Chapman needs as well. Started on the pole, fell back a little bit as far as 6th, 7th, and back up to 3rd. Donovan Ross up 11 spots up to P5. Jeff Kemper started 24th. He's up to 12th, up 12 spots. So they're battling for hard charger as the Steve King pace truck pulls off. Rick Heyn gets set to lead us back to the green flag. 6 laps to play in the clay at Volusia Speedway. Can Stephen Goldner get around? Not a good restart for the 30. Blake Chapman looking to the inside here for P2 going down the backstretch. All eyes on the lead here in the closing lap. Slide job for P2, Blake Chapman. Stephen Goldner counters back. He parks it up on him before they even get to turn 1. But man, the caution out once again. And fellas, settle down here in the back. We're really spoiling a treat up front. I mean, we got 3 of the best trying to duke it out, but 41 of Pat Boyce, he gets contacted from behind from Mike Cramner. Gets into the outside wall, and the 41 has to park it up high. Caution comes out. Well, we're going to have a green-white checkered here, I'd imagine, even if it's a natural one. But Stephen Goldner, he had the lead at the line, did he? Okay. Let's see here. Yes, no. Or maybe they went back to the previous lap? How in... No, okay, Rick Heyn's back out front. Steven must have just been having some fun. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, there's no way. Blew my mind a little bit here, but lights are off. Should have 2 to go here when we go back. I think the lights are off now. I may have actually just seen them bouncing on. Yeah, no, they're still on. Hopefully they have the green-white checkers turned on, or it's just going to be a 1-lap shootout here, so... Have to see, but man, oh man, these cautions really really spoiled us of kind of a what could have been, man. These three up front make it 4 or 5, you know. I mean, really include John Heyn there in 6th. This could have been one heck of a finish. But all these cautions really putting a hinder, but no, it did stay with 3 to go, so that means they do have the green white checkers turned on. This will be the first attempt, and we'll have to see if anybody can get by the 187 or if Rick Main can hold on for the final 2 laps at Volusia Speedway Park. We roll through 3 and 4. The Steve King Foundation pace truck pulls off. We drop the hammer. 2 laps to go at Volusia. Not the best restart for Goldner. Gonna open the door here for Blake Chapman, who he's gonna do his best here to probably throw a slider. Doesn't need to. He's already got it clear. White flag in the air. One more trip around for Rick Main, who gets into the front stretch wall. Blake down here trying to search, trying to find some grip as they go through 3 and 4 for the final time. Blake with a big set. Slide jump. Rick Main counters back side by side at the line. Rick Main holds on, but Blake Chapman says, Shaggy, you wanted a damn show. I am going to give you one. And holy freaking cow, one of the best finishes and one of the most aggressive moves I've ever seen Blake throw. We're here for charity night. You win it or you wear it. He tried to win it, man. He threw it in here. Let's watch this move from up top. Rick had no idea this was coming. I mean, this was from left field. Barely gets in front. He cracks the throttle, jerks it sideways. Blake jumps up a little too far, but he had so much speed going in. Rick counters back. They're side by side. Blake gets into the wall, and man, that may have been the difference, but Rick Main holds on, and holy freaking cow, what a race there for the 360s. Like I say, got a little spoiled with, got a little tainted with the cautions, but holy cow, man, these guys put on a show when it mattered there those last couple laps. And I have to bring up the man who finished 3rd place here, Stephen Goldner, try to get a word with him. Steven, Shaggy up in the booth, man. You got a copy?
Yeah, we got you.
Well, you know, I mean, it just seemed like you were trying to get as big of a run as you could through 1 and 2, but leaving the door a little too open for the salesman who that's all he needed to get by you.
Yeah, I was kind of on offense there. I just couldn't get a good restart. Rick was really timing his restarts real well, a hell of a lot better than me. I was sleeping on pretty much. There was one restart where like I actually stayed with him, and that was potential for me to possibly win the race, and then the caution came out. So, I mean, cautions kind of fell quite a bit late, which kind of was unfortunate. Definitely hurt us with fuel and a couple other things, but we'll take a 3rd. Would have been nice to be a couple spots better, but with the big as the field is what it is, we'll take a 3rd place for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Steven, let's be honest, man. You're handling this like a true pro. I mean, at least 2 times. I think it was 3 times. You know, you're going in there throwing the slider, and the caution comes out, man, and spoils it. I mean, what's going through your head? I mean, every single time, you know, caution's coming out in the back of the field while you guys up there trying to race.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate and a little frustrating. We had a pretty badass car all night long in the 360s. I was pretty happy with it. Could go pretty well anywhere. Didn't really travel really off the top, but we had a lot of speed up there, and I was pretty happy with the car. Just it's too bad cautions fell, the way they did, and that's racing. I guess we'll regroup and try again next time.
Yeah, I mean, you said it is what it is. That's racing, but we do a lot of these charity things. Steven, how's it feel, man, when we do one for somebody that's kind of family here? Hits home a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool deal. I know I talked to John Heyn a lot, and I hope his daughter's doing a little bit better and on the way to recovery. That's what this is all about. I mean, a win's cool, but see see John seeing a smile on her face will be even better.
Well, hey, hell of a run, man. Congratulations. Put on a show here in this 30 machine. Just kind of got robbed by the caution bug here tonight. But great run, man. Who you want to thank?
Yeah, I got to thank all the guys at Stephen Golden Racing. It was a heck of a lot of fun, hanging out with, Lacey's back, which is great. He's talking our year off because he's been off for a little bit, but happy to see him back. Moonin and my dad too. Beagle's been hanging out with us also. Moonin Talco, Moonin Race Engines, Apex CNC, RK Automotive, Raw Dog Speed Shops, and you for the broadcast, and Roger with Coast to Coast Racing Leagues.
Well, hell of a job here, Steven. Look forward to a lot more of these, man. Congratulations. Good run.
Great. Thanks a lot.
And now we bring up the man who, Blake, I think you had it 50 feet from the line, but man, the front wall, man, it just reached out and grabbed you like a little monster, sucked you in. What did it feel like throwing that big time slider? I mean, I've never seen you get that aggressive, man. That was a good run.
Yeah, I was just hoping the whole time that I didn't hit Rick there, and fortunately we were close, but I sent it in hard enough where I was able to clear him, and sending it in that hard, I really wasn't able to catch the car very well. Coming out of the corner, I got a little bit wider than I wanted to, but if I wanted to send it that hard, we probably would have made contact there. So, yeah, I mean, going into that turn out of turn 2, I was just hoping that I'd have enough of a run to get there, and fortunately we did. I don't think the wall hurt us too much. We were just a little too short there on getting the win.
Yeah, I mean, coming to the white flag there, right as he drives onto the flag stand, I don't know if you noticed this, but he gets into the front stretch wall. Did you notice that while you're driving?
Yeah, I didn't know if that was just like an iRacing glitch, because sometimes that happens where you see guys hit the wall and then it doesn't really affect them. You think, oh, it's just an iRacing glitch or whatever. Sometimes if they're blinking, that happens. But yeah, I wasn't sure if that was shown on the broadcast or not. So that's interesting. That definitely helped me out throwing that slider there at the end.
Yeah, man. And I'll tell you what, dude. What a way to wrap up the charity night here on dirt. That was one of the best finishes we've ever had in a charity night. Heck of a run, bring that thing up from third to battling for the lead in a 2-lap shootout. It's a kind of what could have been, if this thing stayed green flag. But at the end of the day, man, P2, great run, kid. Who you want to thank?
Yeah, first I got to just shout out John Heyn, his family. Let him know that we're thinking of him, and we can't thank him enough for everything he's done for the league, and he continues to do for the league. And we're just happy as drivers to help him out and however we can. I'm glad to hear that we've raised quite a bit of money for him and his family. I got to shout him out. And of course, I got to thank the parents for watching and all the guys at the Kite Sim Racing team. I see Shorty's here in the YouTube comments. So shout out Shorty for watching tonight. And shout out Terry for running with me tonight. And of course, got to thank Galen's Gourmet Popcorn. They got some of the best stuff out there. You can head over to their website and use code CART, that's C-A-R-T, at checkout for 15% off some of their very, very delicious popcorn. And I got to thank you for putting this broadcast on, Shaggy.
Well, hey, great run, man. And I know it's not your thing here, but are we going to get graced with an asphalt presence here? You going to come out and run some restrictor plate?
No, I don't even think I own Daytona, to be honest. So, yeah, I stay away from that asphalt stuff.
All right. Well, hey, great run, man. You look good all night. Congratulations on the P2, and hopefully I talk to you again here soon.
Thanks, Shaggy.
I'll tell you what, Rick, I got one question, man. Where'd you hide the horseshoe? Because it seemed like every time somebody made a run, dude, that caution would fly. And that move where I'm guessing, you maybe checked up on the brakes there to cross him over. I mean, how do you do that quick? That was amazing. One of the best finishes I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I told my guys when I saw Blake fall back a little bit there early, I was like, well, he's saving the right rear, and he's gonna be one to beat here at the end. I said my money's honestly on him to win this thing, and I saw him coming, and I was like, well, if I was him, I'd throw the slider in there, even though he's been running the bottom and getting off good, just to kill my momentum. And sure enough, I just saw a little bit of him flashing my screen. I checked up a little bit, and I'll be honest, I thought about crowding to the fence for the win. I wanted to win bad, but I was like, I'll leave my lane Hopefully I beat him, man. That was I puckered my butthole a little bit on the way through.
Oh, I guarantee it, man, because, I don't know if you noticed this, but, well, you did it coming to the white flag, too. You got in that front stretch wall a little bit. Well, it reached out and grabbed him coming out of 4, and I think that was just enough for you, so didn't even need to go through there. But, man, first off, this paint, absolutely awesome, man. Who paints this thing?
Yeah, that's my boy Chase over at JRB Designs. It's actually, he's probably going to kill me because I'm not supposed to be running it yet. It's not completely done, but I really wanted to run it for this event because I thought it'd be cool for all you guys. And yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job on it. It's sick.
Yeah, no, guy does phenomenal. Definitely, hopefully he gets some work out of this deal. But like I say, man, Rick, at the end of the day, you held on, one of the closest finishes we've had all season. Hell of a run. And before I let you thank your sponsors here and get you out of here, I've been asking everybody this question. We do a lot of charity events here, with the Coast to Coast, but when it's for a racer here, does it hit home a little more?
I'll be honest, the charity events you guys run is a lot of the reason I come back to this league. It means a lot to me, especially this one with it being his daughter. I actually missed a few weeks with you guys because I just had my first daughter 3 weeks ago.
Congratulations, Rick.
Hey, thank you, man. Nira, this one's for you. I hope you love Dad. So, and I hope everything works out with Cassie. I'm glad we could, raise some money for her. It's awesome what you guys do at this league.
Well, hey, great run, Rick. And, I can't kick you out of here yet. That thing, we talked about the painter, but got a lot of sponsors on that thing, man. Who you want to thank?
Yeah, so, like I said, Chase over at JRB Designs, if you guys want good work for, he does not charge a lot of money. It's great work. So, thank Chase. Got me looking great this week. The guys over at Inferno Motorsports, they've really propelled me to get a lot better week in and week out. So we've been doing a lot of work with those guys. Highline Cinematography, my boy Dylan takes great pictures of our cars once we get all wrapped up, and we get some good wall hangers and stuff out of him. So good stuff there. I'm forgetting some people. Speed Factory, the sets are great. I was on. We had season 2 and season 3 sets. I didn't even have a new set for this race, and it was still ripping. So he does great work over at Speed Factory, and yeah, just all my guys on the team and you guys, man. You guys seriously put on one of the best leagues.
Well, hey, we can't do it without those amazing finishes, and the way you and Blake were able to do it so close and so clean, man. That's what people will remember. And congratulations. Good run, Rick, and man, hopefully we get you back for a lot more of these, brother.
Thanks, man. Love.
And with that here, we'll take a break on the Coast to Coast Racing Network, and we're going to be back with 50 laps here in the truck series, so stick around. Part 3 coming to you. We'll be right back.
it's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion. Trying to be a bit of a hiatus, so let's get. Tonight we'll be talking about it.
Outpouring of love was amazing. These dollars had come together to support us, and we realized no, we didn't want to use them for us. We wanted to use them to help others.
The foundation has done so much for so many people. It helps any family that has somebody, whether it be a crew member or one of the drivers, that get hurt. We can help them to get through the situation.
I was injured in an on-wing sprint car accident that broke my neck and left me with a spinal cord injury. I was in the hospital 8 months, and that got really, really expensive. So having that extra help to help push me and my family forward was a big deal.
I was involved in a pretty gnarly sprint car crash. Found out my brain was swelling and bleeding. Pelvic bone was broken. I had 2 cracked vertebrae on my back, and I was in the ICU a little over a week. The Steve King Foundation reached out to my parents. We received a donation from them. Immediately they started me on what's called neurofeedback, and insurance did not cover the neurofeedback appointments. So we received another donation from the Steve King Foundation. It really helped a lot, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to the Steve King Foundation for everything that they have done for me. This last Sunday, I got to turn laps in my modified here. That was my first laps back in a race car since the accident, and I truly believe that if it wasn't for the Steve King Foundation, I wouldn't be able to do that or be where I'm at today.
Yes, Steve's death is the reason the foundation exists, but it's Steve's life, and it's the lives of racers everywhere, is the reason we're able to do the work we do.
We're back live on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. I'm Zach Chapman here with Shaggy TV, ready to bring you part 3 of 3 for the Cassie Heyn benefit race. And speaking of, Shaggy's got a guest up here. Cassie, Zach here talking to you. Got a copy?
I do.
Well, first off, let's start with how you feeling? How you been these last couple months?
I'm doing a lot better now than I was a couple months ago, for sure. Definitely feeling significantly better in the far end of recovery.
Yeah, so not to bring up the bad times, but I mean, you never know who you could help out there. What were kind of some of the things that you were feeling early on that led you to getting checked and discovering what was wrong?
So I actually thought I had COVID. I was at work and I had a headache at this point for like 4-5 days, to the point that I was seeing black spots. I was dizzy. I was not having a good time. And then I scheduled an appointment with urgent care one day after work. And they called me because I also had a fever. And they were telling me, they're like, you cannot come here. You have to go to the emergency room instead. And I went there thinking it was COVID. And a few hours later, they're like, we found this little mass in your brain that is probably a tumor. And I was like, that's great. Is not at all what I was expecting from my emergency room visit for COVID.
Yeah, no, and not. I know it's not something that is very kosher to ask a young lady, but Cassie, how old are you?
I'm only 19.
So to experience that at your age, that's something you're not really, definitely not ready to, accept. Who do you lean on when you're going through that?
I leaned a lot on my parents and like my family and my boyfriend. It was a lot of leaning on the people around me to make sure I could get through it, because I don't know what I would have done if I didn't have them.
Now, obviously, you go and you have to get surgery to get the tumor removed. And did you find anything out when they did that?
They found out it was all benign, at least, so there was nothing cancerous. It was, when they removed it, I was very, very lucky. There weren't any, it wasn't attached onto my brain. It was just kind of sitting up there. So it wasn't a super difficult process to remove it. I believe they got it all out. Every time they go through with the MRI, there's nothing left in there. But I recently found out at our most recent doctor appointment, it was a lot bigger than I thought it was initially too. So post-surgery, I'm still finding things out about it. Where we originally thought it was really little, turned out to be the size of my eyeball, which is a lot bigger.
And that's definitely nothing to play around with. Do they think, since we haven't seen any growth here in the past couple months, that you're looking like you're in the clear so far?
That's definitely what it's looking like. I still have to go in and get MRIs. I had my 3-month post-op earlier this week, and then I'll go back in June for my 6-month, and then I'll go every year for another MRI to make sure nothing's growing back and that everything is truly and really gone.
Well, Cassie, everyone here at the Coast to Coast Racing League is rooting for you, and not to turn the light on your dad here, but your dad's kind of a second dad to me, man. He's I race on his team. He's done a lot for me, taking me under his wing, and well, I know you got a good support system. But I want you to take a look here. Look over at your dad, and I want him to surprise you here with you might be a little shocked that, some rednecks here who like the computer race can come up with this, but why don't you have your dad show you that?
Oh my goodness. I'm so grateful. That is a much, much bigger amount than I definitely thought we were going to receive from this. I'm very, very grateful for everybody who has helped me get through this.
Hey, well, I mean, as lame as it sounds, we're grateful to have you because we know how important, family is to your dad. I mean, he talks about you and your mom all the time. I mean, big family, man, and we need to make sure everything's okay. So we get good John here out on the racetrack with us. But Cassie, thank you for letting us do this. Thank you for coming in here with me, and you're always welcome up here in the booth anytime.
Thank you so much.
Well, Cassie, we hope you get feeling better, and make sure you get some good rest here tonight.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And we'll send John here. We'll see if John gets the headset back here. John, are you on the headset yet?
What's that, Zach?
Oh, I was wondering if you were on the headset yet. I wanted to see if I could catch some tears out of you.
Dude, it's been happening a couple times while I've been driving tonight. Actually, it's this is just I haven't had the words. I mean, there's folks that I know that I've probably ruffled feathers with that are being part of this, and then I like I said, anybody that knows me knows if I'm at a loss for words, that's truly a remarkable feat.
Well, hey, John, we know it's not going to be, the whole amount, but hey, man, we're trying to help out the best way we know how, and we absolutely love you, John. You're 100% your family, man. You're my second dad for sure, and anything we can do for you now or in the future, man, just reach out, let us know.
I will, and I can't wait to go back and kind of watch this whole thing with her. And yeah, guys, it's like I said, anybody listening to this, I just wish I had the words, but I just don't. But thank you.
Well, hey, you tell that double nickel and that 181 to glue to that rear end. Let's park that thing in victory lane here tonight, man. What do you say?
I don't know. I came close in that sprint car race, but yeah, we'll see what happens here in the trucks. It's been a while since I've run these trucks, so we'll have to see.
All right, man. I'll send you back home. Good luck here, brother.
Thank you.
That's my boss there, John Heyn at Gambler Motorsports. And well, we got, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 27 guys coming out here to play. 22 have put in lap times. So not everybody has put in a lap. But man, oh man, if you're out there listening, and you better not give it to them, but boy, oh boy, you better race that 71 with the most respect you have ever seen in a race car before tonight. And let's get that thing up towards the front, man. Let's really do this thing the way, everyone at Coast to Coast knows how to. If you're still out there watching, we appreciate you tuning in. Let us know who you're rooting for. Go to C2CRL.com. Find that PayPal donation. Oh, and I just realized, Cassie was shocked, and I didn't really say it, but that's up to $1,930, basically. Let's get that thing. We need $70 more to get it to $2,000. Let's just somebody reach in there right now. Go dip in. Let's make that thing 2 G's before this thing's over. Let's try to cut that down a little bit for the Heyn family. We did great. We did great. But Shaggy knows we can do better. I know for a fact that we can do better. And let's do it. Here is, I got to break the third wall here. My apologies. Shaggy's overlay isn't working here. I had 2 of them up. I have to fix mine on my end. My apologies. Or else I don't get to see the cool timing sectors that you guys do. There we go. All fixed and right with the world. And Mike Cramner set to bring us around here. Lap number 1. We'll see what the 70 has. See, we'll ride the gyro cam here. You really get to see that banking. It'll stay flat, how much the car changes. Now, that's normally the seam I stare at, too. I like what Mike's doing. I normally don't float up any higher than that seam unless I'm running up on the wall. For the opening lap, it's kind of my key point to level out the wheel. I do try to get a little lower to this yellow line, but he's probably still trying to build up speed. Number 2 is always going to be the money lap here at Daytona if you do it correctly. Gary Siegelkow running around here. Let's see, Dillenberg, though, he's about to put in lap number 1. Roger Craig currently quick time. Let's see where Dylan sits. Steve Bixler on the pole. Andy Patton takes it for the time being, but we're going to see a lot of changes here. Jack Clevenger rolls in at the top of the charts with a 51.48. Cassie, Heyn, benefit night. Everybody came out to play. Hopefully we behave here because we all know this thing could turn into a caution fest. We hope it doesn't. Hopefully they respect each other here tonight, but man, oh man, that may be asking for a lot after the dirt races we've seen here this evening. Jack Clevenger rolls the bottom through 3 and 4. Gets ready to come under the stripe. We'll see Mike Cramner comes home quick time, 51.47. In the 70, Brandon Dittmer quick time, 51.43. Steven Spees P2, P4, the 181. Jeffrey Kemper, long time no see from the 181. He says, look at me, I still got it. Parking on the front row. The guy's been flying all around North America here on the flight sim, but we got him back out on the track, and let's see what Marty Sakala does here. Lap number 2 crosses the line. 9th place for the man in the 48 machine. See here, we got Barry Goldner let's watch John Heyn here, the 71 getting ready to finish lap number 1. John Heyn, lap number 1, P10. Have to see if he can find some more speed here. Jack Hitt rolling around, coming close. He's quicker through Sector 1. He was already 8th fastest. Let's see if he can improve. Sector 2, Jack Hitt slower. And he's going to stay P8 in the 217. John Heyn, can he improve from an opening lap of 10th place? He rolls the bottom through 3 and 4 real smooth. You don't want to get right along that yellow line. He's doing a good job of staying, a foot or 2 up. We'll see what it looks like here as we cross the line. Slower through Sector 2. John Heyn going to move up 1 spot up to P9. All the drivers have qualified here. That's going to do it. And we're going to get ready to go 50 laps here at Daytona International Speedway. Now, if we stay green here, this fuel could be an issue. That's Shaggy's thought here. So we'll have to see. Let's bring up the starting grid. Rounding out the field in the 30, Steven Goldner. Outside of row number 13 in the 114, Brennan Lacey. And his inside, the big dog, Ryan Beagle. Outside of row number 12, the 36 of Barry Goldner. And his inside, the 17 of Mark Gilbert. Michael Todd lines up on the outside of row 11. Into his inside, the Bassman, Roger Craig. Devo to the outside of row 10. Into his inside, the Desert Demon, Terry Landis. Gary Sigelkow on the outside of row 9. Into his inside, the 41 of Pat Boyce. The General Andy Patton to the outside of row 8. Into his inside, slide job Isaac Salas. Cody Early takes that 03 and lines up on the outside of row number 7. Into his inside, the 75, the Mayor Steven Bixler. Steve Maurer lines up on the outside of row number 6. Into his inside in the 14, Dylan Berg. Marty Sakala lines up on the outside of the top 10. Into his inside, John Heyn, the Professor. Row number 4 to the outside, Jack Hitt. And right beneath him in that 78 machine, Jack Clevenger. Randy Shreve starts on the outside of row number 3. Into his inside, the double nickel of Steven Spees. Mike Cramner to the outside of row number 2. And to his inside in the 181, Jeffrey Kemper. Row number 1 to the outside, the 24 of the money man, Kyle Moonen. And his inside, the 83, Brandon Dittmer. Spider Monkey getting the pole here at Daytona. And just like that, Shaggy is going to do it. Brandon Dittmer is awesome. It's charity night. If Brandon gets mad at me for pulling him up, so be it. They shouldn't have made me an admin here in the Discord. Brandon,
I agree.
Starting on the pole here, man. Charity night. Do we have enough laps in the tank to go here 50 if we'd stay green? Now, obviously, that's probably a fallacy here. But what's the fuel look like?
So we have 9 gallons of fuel, which is going to get us 16 laps.
Oh, okay. So we cut the fuel load in half. We're pitting a couple times tonight. All right. Okay, good to know. See, I'm glad I pulled you up, or I'd have looked like an idiot here. But what are you thinking here? Do you want to lead the way, or you want to maybe let that 24 go in front of you, save some fuel here early on? What's the strategy?
You know, I don't really know. I kind of want to stay out front, kind of stay away from any of the carnage and mayhem that's going to ensue behind me. But leading is also a very scary thing at this track because you're going to have everybody getting a big run on you, and you're just going to be just caught in the wind and sitting duck.
Well, hey, man, you know, you're in the Wonder Bread machine. If you ain't first, you're last. Give him hell tonight, Brandon. Good luck, brother.
Thank you. Have fun up there.
The Spider Monkey leading us to the green flag here. He ain't an asphalt man. Says who, Shaggy? Look at him. Quick time. Guy's a wheel man. He can drive anything. It don't matter. If it's a Volkswagen, I'd let that man in the 83. I'd give him the keys. Guy knows how to drive. He's got some good drivers right behind him, too, right in line. That 181 and the 55. They're teammates at Gambler Motorsports. So don't be surprised those two, try to hook up. Get a big run, go to the lead here early, but a lot of time, no rush, Shaggy. There's going to be a lot of play in here, a lot of dodge, duck, dipping and diving and dodging here at Daytona. As the Steve King Foundation pace car pulls off into pit road, the Spider Monkey gets set to drop the hammer. 50 laps at Daytona International Speedway. We're underway. Good restart for Brandon Dittmer. Didn't really pull out too far ahead. That's what you want to do when you're the leader, even if you have to feather the throttle a little bit. You don't want to let those guys, really get out and gap you. You need to make sure that you're smooth and you don't, give the guy behind you a big run. But speaking of big run, we got guys ducking to the inside back here early. Jack Clevenger wanting to fall through the back, may not have liked what he was seeing. As 2x2x2 here early at Daytona. We got the 3 Gambler Motorsports trucks hooked up in line now. John Heyn behind the double nickel, behind the 181. And they're pushing the Spider Monkey, but right now, Kyle Moonen leads lap number 1. Kyle's got that 24 rolling in the high side, and if you can get, guys lined up bumper to bumper, the top line's preferably where you want to be. And, Shaggy's eyes, if you get 3 good drivers who are comfortable with each other, Jack, or who is that? That's Randy Shreves up there on the high side, I believe, in the 56. Just doing a good job behind Mike Cramner, not pushing, but being close enough that he helps suck some air off that 70. And Mike doing a good job of just trying to shove that 24 right on by. As we roll across the starter stripe here, Kyle Moonen leads lap number 2, and we're seeing 2 packs kind of form up. Devo leading pack number 2 is maybe sensing something big gonna happen here early at Daytona. But we talked, with Brandon Dittmer. The fuel will be an issue. You're going to see guys pitting, and if you're me, I'm pitting absolutely every single caution they have and topping off with fuel. You don't need tires once. I wouldn't get tires at all. Might actually offset the balance. Just bear them in, let it go. If the rear end does start to get loose and you get a caution in the final 20 laps, throw some tires on it if you really need to, but I doubt you will. And Kyle Moonen and Mike Cramner get to that bottom lane. They're leading the way out front. Now Randy Shreves getting some help from the hitman. Jack Hitt up top is there, diving around behind. Couldn't tell who that was. Got a little hairy behind the 71. Might have been the 114 of Brennan Lacey. Or it could have been the 14 of Dylan Berg. I believe Dylan's in the black car. I think that's who was bouncing around there, but either way, packs separated a little bit. They let them gather it up, and right now, lap number 4. Top 6 rows. Oh, Kemper maybe gets a little bump from Spees, who gets a little bump from Heyn. Spees goes around hard into the outside wall, and Steven Spees in the 55 involved in a caution early. The big dog Ryan Beagle in the 84, he also gets sucked up in. See, we saw it start off here with the 181 of Jeff Kemper. So let's see, Jeff has to check up for the 83 because Moonin had got knocked on the apron, so it was just pinball. And Spees goes around hard into the outside wall, contact with the 84. And just like that, going to need some drivers using some quick repairs early on here at Daytona. Anxious to see here, too. Will we see drivers come down pit road here with the low fuel? Let's see here. Who can Shaggy harass? Who can Shaggy harass? We'll let them go by here the first time. Because Shaggy can't pull someone up who's trying to talk to teammates about whether to pit or not. But you can see the culprit. He's one of the favorites here on Tuesday nights for Shaggy, the Desert Demon Terry Landis. We're going to call him up here. Whether he goes into the pits or not, we're just going to let him decide it. There it is. Looks like everyone driving by pit road. Pull him up to the broadcast booth and we'll see here. Who did I pull up? Maybe by accident? No one. Shaggy didn't pull up anyone. I could have swore I clicked move. Maybe not. Let's try this one more time. Yeah, okay, there we go. Worked that time. We got the 161 up here. Terry, Shaggy up here, man. You got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, how you feeling, man?
Oh, it's flying on this top side.
Yeah, it seems like a little different case than Tuesday night. We got guys holding their line here, and you're seeing that top line roll. I mean, do you think that's going to be the place you want to be tonight if you can team up with the right people?
It's probable. It's a long race yet, but I mean, the top's really fast right now. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, I talked to Dittmer here early on, Terry. What's the thought here with cutting the fuel load down? Did you think about pitting there at all, or are you just going to kind of do what the guys do around you?
Yeah, I just do what the leaders do. You know me.
Amen, brother. Well, hey, we're rooting for you, and if I don't get to talk to you again, burn one for me tonight.
I will, for sure. Likewise.
Amen. That's the Desert Demon Terry Landis running around right now in the top 10, and you know anything about Old Smokey, I tell you, time in, time out. You cannot count this guy out, especially if he's up in the picture towards the end. If you're going to let Terry flirt around in that top 10, he's going to sting you here in the closing lap. So, guys up front here, going to have to get aggressive. Let's see. So, we had Dittmer. Dittmer and Moonin, they're still up there. They didn't pit. I see. Just kind of falling back a little bit. Right now, your leader in the 217, that's Jack Hitt. We're watching the laps click on down here at Daytona International Speedway. Once again, all about Cassie Heyn tonight here. We're here to benefit her. We've raised, it was at $1,930 before the start of the green flag. Let's get that thing up to $2,000. I haven't gotten an update. But hey, somebody out there, donate 70. Tell us you did it in the chat box, and we'll know this thing got up to $2,000. Let's do it for the Heyn family. We're so close. Let's push it over that bar here. Man, it's heating up here in Gettysburg, PA. Shaggy's got to crack the window, man. These boys lit a fire out here, and it is getting warm. Jack Hitt going to have a bunch of hungry dogs behind him, and that's where he's got to make sure. If leader does the restart here, Brandon Dittmer, to start the race here. It starts on green. That's something Coast to Coast Racing League does. The leader doesn't start the race. The start is actually on the green flag. So hard to, get too good of a jump when everybody goes at the same time. Now, the 217, he's got to make sure, if you do want to get a jump, you let Marty know when you're going. You let him suck right up on you. You got the F Cancer machine running on the podium. Love to see Marty get this thing up here and park it on the top step. Man, there's Shaggy'd like too many guys to win this thing here. You start broadcasting, you turn into a fan of all these guys you used to enjoy wrecking, to try to pass them, and they suck you in. You start to like them, and you just can't hate them anymore. You start rooting for everyone. The green flag is high. We'll be ready to drop the hammer here. 43 laps to go at Daytona International Speedway. Ooh, Mike Cramner. That wasn't Mike Cramner. Who is that? Is that Cody? No, that was Mike Cramner. Mike Cramner and Cody Early. It's Cody on the bottom here. Oh, I got the 03 of Cody Early. Yeah, and similar machine, similar iRacing paints. So you'll have to, just assume they're teammates tonight here, running the default. As hopefully, Shaggy just realized all night, hopefully Trading Paints is maybe running in the background. Not too sure if maybe paints will change here. My apologies, but we didn't have an update for the truck, so we may be getting some new paints for some people who Shaggy normally doesn't race with. That's my apologies, but the 14 of Brennan Lacey, or 114, excuse me, all over the back of Brandon Dittmer right now as contact. Steve Bixler comes down across the nose of Isaac Salas, who comes back up into the wall. Car's trying to avoid him. But the caution flag out here once again at Daytona. Okay, so Isaac not originally involved. It's Gary Sigelkow. Let's see here. So Gary, and then when he tries to come back up, I know you got moved down there, but car there, you got a lift trying to come back up. Gets hooked. Gets into the 5 of Isaac Salas, and just like that, under caution here for the second time at Daytona. Who is that? The 117 of Michael Todd ends up getting slapped in that. And I think we may see people. Oh, I don't know. Doesn't look like it here. Unless maybe pit road didn't open yet. Randy Shreve's trying to catch up to the pace car. They may have slowed down a little too early. Let's see here. All right, so you know what? We're going to risk it. We're going to risk it. It's charity night. We're going to risk it. It's charity night. I'm risking it. I'm in the Discord. What are the thoughts? Are you guys thinking about coming down and going down pit road here? Do we need fuel?
Probably gonna.
Absolutely.
All right.
Probably going code Mustang.
All right. Good luck, fellas. Hop into another Discord. Give him hell.
Thanks, man. Code Mustang.
Okay. All right. The broadcaster's hopping down to Discords. What's the thought here? Do we need fuel? Are we pitting yet?
I've already had a picks to put the fenders back on it.
Well, with the fuel loads cut, what are we thinking here? Are we topping off every time under caution?
We are gambler motorsports. We are not thinkers. We're doers. We're just gonna put our foot down and go.
All right,
I think Zach, at the rate we're going, I don't know that we'll need to pit for fuel. I don't know if we're gonna use enough of it if we don't stay green.
Well, hey, you never know. Right now, Randy Shreves and Andy Patton, Brandon Lacey, now they're the only takers. So good luck here, boys. Fuel strategy may come into play. Yeah, they got caught out here. If we get a long green flag run, I don't know if I'd want to be my teammates right now. They didn't come in and top off. Shaggy had to bail on them here. Didn't want them to hear me talk the madness, but Boy, oh boy, I don't know. You know, you don't need to be out front right now. Cody Early, he was down in that Discord. Didn't really get to hear him talk. Cody, man, that's somebody who I definitely idolize to be as an announcer. He does a phenomenal job with flow. He's a dirt late model announcer and just admirable some of the calls he has. He definitely had some famous calls last season in the dirt. If you're a late model listener, Cody Early got that Tennessee Volunteers machine out there. Andy Patton, currently P2 in the 87. I think the lights are off on the pace car. They may have shortened it here or just took them a while, you know, to catch up to the pace car originally. The lights are off, so should be getting ready to drop the hammer here this time by. And plenty of laps left here at Daytona. I mean, even, you know, if you run 50 laps, green flag here, you're looking at 40 minutes, you know, 35 minutes at best. So 40 laps to go, or 39 laps to go here when we drop the hammer. Plenty of time here. So that's why I say I'm getting fuel every time until I know I can make it. I don't mind hanging out at the back. I think it's the smart place to be. But the green flag is high. It's ready to fly. 39 laps left at Daytona International Speedway. Randy Shrews with a good jump in that 56. He's got the low line master, Brennan Lacey, right behind him. Up 24 spots in the early going. Started 26, did that 114. That's just proving Shaggy's point. Easy to get to the front, and it's not as easy to stay there. You know, it's easy, though, to get that draft, kind of manipulate your way on through if you're being aggressive. Not so easy to stay there, and Randy Shreves, he's seeing that right now as Jeff Kemper gives Brennan Lacey a big shove on the high side. Side by side through 3 and 4. 8 rows there side by side. They go all the way back, and Marty Sakala's got that 48 machine right there in the middle of the pack, and maybe not where you want to be. That 117 bouncing around a little bit. Going to be a little scary looking up in the mirror. Isaac Salas has that thing contained, just being patient. Let's see. I like, you know, what Mark Gilbert and those guys are doing right now. Just behaving in the back, letting the guys up front beat each other around as John Heyn gives the 56 a big boy shove going down the backstretch. He's got the 55 locked behind him. Gambler Motorsports right now, 3 of the top 5 cars here. Can they find a way to get the 3 to the front? It's not going to be easy with the 181 on the high side. And Steven Goldner now trying to peek and give Steven Spees some help. But boy, the 87, he crouched Goldner down, and lucky Goldner's that good wheel man. He kept that thing smooth. It's one of the only guys you see in the picture really not bouncing around. The 30, just grooving, man, right against that yellow line, smooth as silk. Marty Sakala looking like he's trying to drop out of the pack, possibly fall on back. Maybe that's why, as we got the big one here in Daytona. Lots and lots of cars here involved, man, oh man. The Steve King Foundation pace truck involved. Barry Goldner trying to inch his way on through. Mark Gilbert, Steve Maurer inching their way on through, but boy, oh boy. Yellow flag waves once again, and we got a big stack up. Let's try and find us a replay here. Gonna have to do some shopping. It's not gonna be... I have to stop this here. Let's change cameras. Let's move on up to my teammate, Jeffrey Kemper. I saw him kind of get turned. Don't know if it's, you know, him starting this or who. I just kind of saw it start up in this general area. As, Heyn and the 56 get together. Let's go to the blimp here. And yeah, we're going to have to rewind just a tad here as we go up to the blimp. We'll hop on John Heyn in the 71. And, well, that's a terrible blimp camera. We'll go here to the drone, get a little more square of a video. So John gives him a shove, tries to follow him down, gets him in the right rear, comes back up the track, and just like that. Oh, Cody Early looked like he was going to make it on through, but a car comes down and gets into him. And man, oh man, another big one here at Daytona. John Heyn leading the way out front. Steven Spies coming down pit road. Got most of the leaders here coming down to top off for fuel, so maybe their strategy... Maybe Shaggy was wrong. I mean, it's not going to benefit the other one in the Gambler Motorsports here, the 181. Jeff Kemper got a lot of damage in that, but Brandon Dittmer, it's going to help him. He's back up to the front, it seems. It's Terry Landis going around, but I imagine it's going to make him give those back. He wasn't ahead of them when they pulled off of pit road. We got the Spider Monkey up front. We got, what's their pit time look like? So 25 seconds. It's 26 for Steven. They might have been repairing some damage. Not too sure. That right front does look a little beat up for that 55. Brandon Dittmer leading the way out front. Marty Sakala sitting in pit road, and a lot of damage to that 48, hoping he can get back out here and not go a lap down. Tough break for Marty here, just trying to hit the track. And he keeps getting hit on the track. Marty just can't catch a break here this evening. Well, that's probably the worst camera I've ever seen in my life, and Shaggy's going to make sure and delete those here. As Brandon Dittmer leads the way here at Daytona, we'll see if those lights go off on the pace car. They do. So we should go back racing here this time. And, not too sure. Some drivers asking for black clears, trying to get back on the lead lap here. Marty was able to get out on the back on the racetrack. He'll stay on the lead lap. Oh man, oh man. All right, okay. Shaggy's got to break the third wall here. I'll tell you what, hey, behave yourselves because I'm live in the broadcast booth. But did he just say what I think he said? $3 a lap?
Yes, he did.
Okay, tell him the broadcast heard it. It's on. You guys better stay green.
No, hey, we're gonna pace to the end, so we don't have another caution.
Hey, I'll sit here. I'll sit here for that. That's going to be a nice chunk of change. Good luck, guys.
Heck yeah, yeah.
All right, so Shaggy wanted to verify, but I can hear the driver's chat through my other monitor. Now, I think that's Ross Corinna. No, let me see here. No, that isn't Ross Corinna. That's Donovan Ross, isn't it? I'm not very good with voices. I'm sorry. I think that's you, Devo. But I heard Devo, if we run green till the end of the race here, $3 per lap. Count them. That's 34 laps here when we go back. Or 33. 33. We won't cost him an extra $1. That's $99. So what do you got here? Root these guys on. Let's keep this thing green, man. How awesome would that be? Get another $100 into the pot here for the Heyn family as we get ready to drop the hammer. 33 laps to go. Count it. $99. Let's go to the checkered flag. hopefully the boys settle down here and, calm down. That would be a huge chunk of change here for the Heyn family. $100, man. That's something, maybe nowadays to some people, hey, that's not a lot. But man, when I grew up and to a family like mine, that would mean something right now. So let's be respectful here. Let's do this thing. Let's have a duel here, but let's do it clean. Brandon Dittmer leads the way. Steven Goldner, that first car to dip to the outside. He's got the 03 of Cody early behind him. Cody not close enough to really help him, give him that shove just yet. Gonna need to get a little closer to that rear end if we want to get the high side rolling. There's 31 laps to go. We got the big dog, Ryan Beagle here. Let's ride on board with the big dog for a little bit. Let's see what the 84 sees. Told you he's a hell of a street stock driver at Oshwegan track champion. Guy's smooth. I mean, not going back and forth. You're seeing other guys, weave around, and you can just see the discipline. I mean, the guys used to driving. They got a calm on the nerves here, not trying to push it too early. Smooth and slow, or smooth and fast for the 84. Most people do got to go slow to go smooth, but I'll tell you what, not that 84, not that 5 either. Isaac Salas all over the rear bumper of his teammate in that 83. State green flag here, which, man, oh man, that would be freaking awesome. Shaggy is rooting for it. We're going to see green flag pit stops. That would be awesome, too. You're going to want to make sure if you're watching, you remind your driver to click off those tires, because if you take 4 tires under green, good night, your race is over. You don't want any. You want to fill that thing up with fuel. You want to get the heck back out there. As right now, Steven Goldner, like I said earlier, just not getting any help. And well, if you want to get around, you're gonna need help. Just looking at it, guys bouncing around here. John Heyn, he don't want to cost himself $100. I mean, that's it. He's hurting his pocket. You see him too back there. He's right behind the 03. Steven Goldner just looking for one little push here going down the backstretch, just enough to get that thing up to the front here. They need a little bit more than that, though. Those front 3 starting to line up and starting to work out. If you're Steven Goldner, you can kind of see, there's not much light at the end of this tunnel. You're wasting gas up there, leading the row on the high side. Slot in line, put your head down, and get back at it. Right now, this just isn't the tandem to get to the front, it doesn't seem. As I'm sure Cody, doing the smart thing here, too. Not trying to press the envelope. Just trying to get that extra $100 in the pot, bring this thing home, and put on a good show at the same time. Terry Landis, that chocolate water, man, the Yoo-hoo machine. I told you, don't you let him creep around in this top 10. Or that 161 will work his way towards the front. Right now finds himself in 11th here, battling hard with Ryan Beagle who is inside. As the 888 of Steve Maurer floats up the track. That could have been bad, but everybody gives him room, and we live to race on here. We go down the front stretch. The 84 cracks the throttle, lets him slot back up in line. Oh boy, hold on. The 114 of Brennan Lacey back and forth. Hold on, Lacey, hold on. Oh man, and we're under caution again. Knew it was coming here. You kind of see it, and that's where, I understand guys want to get spots, but being in the middle 3 wide here, I don't know if that's the move you want to make here, not even halfway. But sometimes that's what you got to do. Duck down in the middle 3 wide, you make a little contact. And there, I know he gets pinched, but just maybe back out of it, and you're seeing the door close, but instead another caution, and just like that, the challenge that Devo Ross laid down is done. And Well, Shaggy, it never, ever happened. Here's getting close to the halfway point. I'll tell you what, no complaints from Shaggy here, but it's getting close to 10:30 Eastern time. And I only grabbed myself one soda for this broadcast. And I'll tell you what, if anybody knows Shaggy, they know that I am addicted to soda. So what Shaggy's going to do is I'm going to mute myself here. We're going to stay on Dittmer, the leaders. We're not 1 to green yet, so Shaggy's going to run over, grab a drink, give me 30, 40 seconds here to run over to the refrigerator, and I'll be right back. Looks like we had some pit stops there when I disappeared. New leader out front, Mike Cramner. Cody Early moves on up to P2 in the 03 machine. And we got 25 laps to go here at Daytona. Now, you got to think here. Let's see here. So let's move. I went down to the Discord before. Oh, Early, he spins out under caution. What happened there to the 03? Shaggy was looking at the Discord. He locks it up. Not too sure why he did that. Locked it up, though. Able to keep it off the wall, luckily. But, man, that was a scare there for Cody Early. As... Gonna pull up my teammate here in the 181. Hey, Jeff, you got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, so I noticed you ducked down pit road there. What are we looking like on the fuel? Are you still gonna be short?
I think with another caution, we'd be pushing it pretty close. We might be able to make it, but I'm okay sticking back here in the back. I got 11X already and 15's the cutoff, so I'm pretty close to getting a DQ, so I'm just gonna roll the back until the end.
All right, man. Well, that's something I kind of didn't even think about. Good to know. Incident points could be an issue here tonight, but wish you luck here, Jeff. Give him hell, brother.
Thank you.
Jeff Kemper talking about incident points. The incident limit is only 15. He said he was at 11. If you touch a car on asphalt and you cause a wreck, that's 4 incident points right there. So one more little bump the wrong way for the 181 of Jeff Kemper, and his night could be over. So, gotta pace yourself. You gotta behave. And if you're Mike Cramney, you just saw those lights go off. You choose the inside line and you get ready to go play here. We're gonna have 24 laps to go. Just over halfway at Daytona International Speedway. Cody Early up front, man. Good for him. That's definitely not a guy who Shaggy probably would have thought was going to run towards the front. He's, like I say, dirt guy, dirt announcer, but he's proven, man, he can do it all out here. He don't care. No limits on that 03, and looking pretty good doing it. I think got some guys rubbing under caution here. I was trying to get a good view of it. I heard some guys talking, but boy, oh boy, man. I thought they were looking pretty disciplined there for a little bit. Thought we were going to keep it green, but party got spoiled, and I have to see if we can do it again here as they try it all over again. We are missing some drivers now. So not sure if maybe they've hit incident limits or they've kind of just had enough. But we're going to roll down the front stretch here. The lights are off. Steve King Foundation pace car is going to pull off. And Mike Cramner is going to do what he does oh so often on Tuesday nights. Lead us to the green flag at Daytona International Speedway. Can the retread driver hold off the rest of the field, or are they going to be too tough here? 24 laps to go. Terry Landis looking to the inside. The big dog Ryan Beagle, the first guy trying to make the outside line work. He's going to have his teammate behind him. He drops back in line. Probably wants Steven to suck up a little closer here and try to give it a go. Devo goes low, trying to let some drivers by. Doesn't need to get up to the front yet. Ryan Beagle, he makes it 3 wide. He puts Cody Early in the middle. There's side by side. Cody looking for a slot. Is he going to get one? The 17 lets him down. Mark Gilbert racing smart here. Knows there's a long, long way to go. There's Shaggy's camera. There we go as we go up to the blimp. Watching him still double file pretty much the whole way through the pack. Don't be surprised if we end up seeing another one here, guys. Accordioning, bouncing around. Here comes the 14 on the high side. Can Dylan Berg get some help from the 84? Ryan Beagle doing a good job of staying in that bubble. Gotta get close enough to give him one little shove. Oh, he looks low. He tries to cut off the 17. Mark Gilbert lifts. Steven Goldner then swats up. Man, oh man, the boys are playing here as the blimp gets blocked by the front stretch. Teammates link up on the high side. Now you've got Goldner, Beagle, and Lacey. Can they get it rolling? This will be the best chance they've had all night. I mean, they're sitting in a Discord together. It's all about communication here at Daytona. Let's see what they have. Goldner with the advantage going into 3. Now rolling through 4. It looks like Beagle's looking to make the pass for P2. No, here comes Mike Cramner back strong. Dittmer with a good push going down the front stretch. Beagle, though, man, he's got that good wrench machine rolling, and he's pushing that Toyota in front of him. Ryan Beagle, that's the dog who you want behind shoving you. Look at the speed those 3 teammates have. Cody Early back here on the inside. Just watching the outside line start to go. See here, do we have a couple different packs here? I think Andy Patton, the last guy, and then we got the Gambler Motorsports team. Those 3 drivers probably just trying to save the incident points for the end. Is the battle heating back up for the lead? But Ryan Beagle, man, he's got his hands full in that 84. Trying to shove the 30. He dives low and they control the inside and the top side. Good move there for the big dog, Ryan Beagle. Now he floats up in front of his teammate in the 30. Probably trying to play the save gas game a little bit. You know, take turns. Leading the way is right now the big dog. He's clearing the air for everybody. That's a lot more abuse to the fuel. You wouldn't think it is, but it really is. And you run out front by yourself as opposed to running in a draft. You can probably burn three extra laps of gas or so. So right now, if you have any thoughts at all of this thing going green the whole way, you sure as hell don't want to be up front. And definitely not if you didn't pit under the last set of pit stops. Bouncing around behind Dylan Berg there on the high side. He was getting a little sketchy. Got Terry Landis bailing on the top side. Now he's going to the bottom. The 14 goes down, thinks about shutting the door, floats back up. I told you, you let him flirt with that top 10. Here he comes, inside 20 to go. Terry Landis trying to make the pass for P6. He does so in the middle of 3 and 4. And oh, Mike Cramner hooks the 83 of Brandon Dimmer, and we got another wreck here at Daytona. Brandon does a good job of locking it up here. Everybody avoids, and just like that, we're under caution again here at Daytona. Let's see if we can find where the yellow came out. And, well, Shaggy picks the world's worst view again here. May get a little better one. If not, we'll go to the aerial camera. But Mike just comes down and just hooks the 83. Obviously not intentional, but that's what happened. And Brandon Dittmer hard into the outside wall. Cody early. 78 involved in an accident after the caution. The 36, the 56. Let's see what happened here. Oh, so the 56 turns the 78. Cody was down there in the grass to avoid a wreck. Ends up getting caught up in one. Not too sure. I mean, the 56 there, Randy Shrews, definitely got some damage. So, but just not turning the wheel here. You can see that drifts up. Maybe not knowing a car is coming. Tough break, getting bounced around, but under caution again. Everybody's going to come down pit road except that 888 of Steve Maurer, because I would imagine you put fuel in that thing, you're good to go the rest of the way. And the big dog, Ryan Beagle, wins the race off pit road, has 2 teammates behind him. Now, what are we thinking? We've talked to him already, but he's one of the most fun people to talk to. Comes out of the pits. Terry, you got enough fuel in this thing. You're sitting in the top 5. How do we get around those 3 teammates in front of you?
I know those guys are pretty tough, right?
Yeah, so
well,
do we have any plans in that Salty Dogs Discord? Do we have any teammates you feel like you're going to work with?
Yeah, maybe Mike. Where's Mike at? He's back there.
Yeah, he's P8. I mean, he's going to be right there.
Who else is up there?
Let's see here. We got Roger
I got Mr.
behind.
Network.
We got Roger with Cramner there. So, I mean, got a couple.
Yep. We'll see. I'm just going to haul it in there and just roll the dice and see where they land.
All right, man. It's charity night. Win it or wear it. Go give them hell.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Terry Landis up into the top 5 here with the laps ticking down. He's got Mike Cramner back there. Mike Cramner, he's muted right now, so I can't pull him up. He won't be able to unmute. Let's see here. Well, Devo, man, you tried to egg them on and run this thing green, but nobody wanted to listen to you.
Yeah, just throw a little extra money in the hat and see if we could go green. Well, we got to get some money for John and his family, and I'm going to rally the guys here. That was lap 17, comes out to $100. I think everybody should still do their $100.
That's what I'm saying. Well, Devo, right now, you're looking at those 3 teammates in front of you. What's the plan to get the hell around these guys?
You can't be afraid to use a bumper on a Steve Goldner racing car.
Amen.
They'll root you right out of the way. So when it comes down here with what we got 15 to go, I'll run them just as hard as they'd run me.
Well, hey, Devo, man, good luck. I wish you the best here, and I appreciate you for trying to stir the show on. Give him hell here.
Yes, sir. Here we go.
Devo, man, anytime you put him out on the track, get ready for the fireworks. I look forward to that 5, parking it on the podium or wrecking this thing. I'm telling you, he wouldn't be pissed with me saying that. He knows that you got the Goldner Racing boys up front, or Vanderbilt, I guess is the team name. But, man, you know, he's going to drive his little you-know-what off to try to get that thing up to the front, as I promised. That was the soda you just heard, if you heard that. I went and got it, but I never opened it. And Shaggy's going to take a sip of this thing. Is starting to fiend for the caffeine here. "15 laps to go when we drop the hammer." So the big dog, Ryan Beagle, will lead us to the green flag. His teammate, Steven Goldner, to the outside here at Daytona. So you go up to the starter stand. The green flag is high. It's ready to fly. 15 laps to go at Daytona, and the teammates slot in line here. Can the Desert Demon get some help on the high side? Or does he just have to slot in here and bide his time? He's got the 48 of Marty Sakala behind him. Look at the booth, man. He can drive here at Daytona. Marty knows it's in that closing laps, man. Time to go. He's going to help the Desert Demon here. You can't get in line behind those teammates. You're just going to get stuck. You got to work together. Devo to the outside, thinking about making it 3 wide here. But that's just going to suck side draft off Marty. And that's going to slow down that top line. So there he goes. He's going to crack that throttle, get in line here, and play the long game. But Brandon Lacey, he goes up the block. They can't even think about pushing him to the front. Terry goes up a lane, and Lacey goes back down as Marty Sakala ready to get out the chrome horn here and try to push the Desert Demon to the front. Will they have enough, or is the Vanderbilt Racing team too tough on the inside? They're gonna need some help here. Devo looking to the outside, though, making it 3 wide. Devo, I told you he'd be aggressive. He's gonna win it or wear it. Cody early now ducking to the inside. He's stuck there on the high side. Devo with no help up top. Oh, Devo bounces off the wall, hooks Cramner. Big one here at Daytona. And we've got another caution here with 13 laps to go. We kind of saw it kicking off here. We're going to go above. Let's see what kind of view we can get. So it actually, the 114, let's rewind this. So that freaks everyone out. Lacey clips that apron. So he does that, or no, he goes up, gets into the left rear of the 161, loses it a little bit. Cody reacts, floats up the track. Devo's there. Devo into the outside wall, then gets a bump from Kemper. Kemper, you see disappear. That was his incident limit. John Heyn incident points out. Oh, man, and just like that here, we got some guys missing on the track now. John Heyn, Jeff Kemper, that wreck wiped out 2 Gambler Motorsports drivers. No, Kemper is actually still driving here. Oh, okay, they're able to clear the blacks. That's right. I think iRacing did that now, where you can clear blacks. It's pretty cool. You can clear the blacks, and then they can keep racing after the incident point limit. That's pretty awesome. So, going to save the day here, but John Heyn and Jeff Kemper are a lap down, so if they want to get back on the lead lap, going to need to drive around the leaders here. Right now, the big dog got the 84 out front, looking good. The Desert Demon up the P2. And our man in the booth most nights, Marty Sakala. You know what? I trust you guys. I'm just going to come down here with you. Marty, P4, brother. You know, the night hasn't gone the way you probably wanted it to here in the early goings, but man, there's some light at that end of the tunnel. Can we bring home the win?
Probably not. I'm at 14x. That's all I'm gonna say right now. And I had like 2 pucker ups because somebody decided it was a good idea to go 3 wide with open laps
now
to go,
it stinks.
and then...
It does stink, but I do want to. I saw John Heyn and Jeff Kemper come back out there. Since iRacing did that update, if you do incident point out, you ask for a clear all, and you can come back out on the track now. Just an FYI.
Okay, then. I'll have to keep that in mind.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, so don't give up here, Marty. We're rooting for you. Give him hell, bud.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
As we run back up here to the broadcast, give them a break here. And, well, Marty, man, he's got that 48 rolling. I know he'd love to put that thing on the top step. And tell you what, F cancer, man. That's what it says on that rear bumper, and that's how we all feel about that. Everybody knows someone who's been affected by cancer, if not you yourself. So, you know, if you've dealt with anything like that, definitely hope you have a support system like a lot of us here in the Coast to Coast Racing League have. That's why we're here tonight. We're here for Cassie Heyn, trying to raise some money for the Heyn family here to knock into those medical bills a little bit. And tell you what, Devo, he tried to get everybody to chip in here. That 05 doing his part. Devo, the man around here. He may have a temper, but who doesn't? Shaggy's got probably one of the worst tempers on the racetrack. That's why I'm up here now. So just got to find your niche. And Devo, his is out there on that racetrack. I mean, he looks good running 3 wide. He's going to try to drive that thing up to the front. Not going to be easy. Have to see what he can do. Looks like Heyn and Kemper not able to get their lap back here. Going to be a lap down. Let's see, the top 10 right now. Ryan Beagle, Terry Landis, Stephen Goldner, Marty Sakala, Brennan Lacey, Roger Craig, Donovan Ross, Steven Spees, Andy Patton, and Jack Clevenger. As we get ready to go back green, 10 laps to go. Can we stay green here for the final 10 laps? Or is Shaggy going to have to get the belt out and whip some people into shape here? So we take a glance over at that football game and see that it's 20-20. Shaggy's probably going to lose his fantasy this week unless Chase Brown decides to run in for a touchdown on this drive, and that would be pretty cool. As we roll through 3 and 4 here, those lights are off on the Steve King Foundation pace car. And we're going to get ready to go back racing. Like I said, 10 laps here. When we go back, can the Desert Demon get to the front? Can Ryan Beagle hold off the field, or can we get someone who Shaggy slept on all race? Maybe the Bass Man, Roger Craig, on the outside of row number 3. As the green flag is high, it's ready to fly. Ryan Beagle leads us to the green flag. We got those 3 teammates to the inside. The boys got to team up if they want to find a way around. You couldn't pay me to be that 4th car in line on the bottom right now. Not on charity night. You're running points? Sure, I'll take 4th. I'll get in behind those guys. But, man, this is charity night. You want to win this thing. This is all about bragging rights. Can't stay in line. You can't run behind those guys. You got to go up top and try to do your own thing. But Marty, he don't agree with me. He's going to slot down in line with him. Just try to bide his time. Terry Landis, though, doing what he has to do in that 161, trying to suck some side draft off the cars in front of him, but he's going to need a big push here from Devo. Can the 5 car give the 161 enough of a push here to get him up there? Terry gets his momentum cut off. Now he's going to be trapped in the middle here because Devo wants to go. But now actually Devo here, he's going to be trapped up there by himself. And Roger Craig and Steven Spieth's touch there through the middle of 1 and 2. Boy, oh boy, what do you do here? Marty Sakala, did he incident point out there with a touch? I imagine he did. Somehow Marty got the incident point. They cleared blacks. He's going to come back out here, I think. He's back in the car, but man, oh man, this touch and bouncing around up front gets the incident points, and oh boy, Jack Clevenger, he had his hands full going through the tri-oval in that 78. Marty Sakala back out on the track, but man, at what cost? He's going to be a couple laps down. He was running up front. Tough break for my man Marty. Jack Clevenger, though, getting some help from the Desert Demon. The high side's coming. Choo-choo. Look at the Desert Demon. All over that rear end of the 78. Now Goldner giving Beatles some. Roger bouncing around there on the entry. That's going to hurt Terry. He needs help from behind. He doesn't need a shove, but he needs that third car in the wake. Steven Spieth jumps up there to be the man to do it. Shuts the door on the Bassman. The Bassman trade spots. We got 3 cars in line up top. Can we make it work? 7 to go. Jack Clevenger trying to run as smooth as he can. You just got to grip that wheel like you're a machine. He's doing just that, not weaving around. Terry is all over the rear end here as we go down the backstretch. Big push by the 30 of Steven Goldner. Big shove now from the 161. He gets a bump from the 55. He goes around. Big wreck here at Daytona as guys start to disappear. Incident pointing out. We're going to have to see here if we can find anyone. As Steven immediately gets sent to pit road. Brandon Lacey sent to pit road. Terry Landis sent to the abyss here. As boy, oh boy, we got to go back, try to find where the yellow came out. See what happened. It looked like there it's kind of starts at the 161. He gets a shove, or he gives a shove to Jack Clevenger and then receives a shove from the 55 and just not able to hang on. So he gets a bump here, sends him down, then gets hooked. Devo and Roger get together, and man, oh man, we're wrecking here at Daytona. And like I say, guys disappearing, so Shaggy can't get a camera. A lot of guys getting close to that incident point limit with that accident. And put them a lap down here. Let's go find out here. It's charity night. You guys gonna go drive around, get your wave arounds?
I don't have a microphone, or I would.
Yeah, we're both out on the mic.
Well, Shaggy's got it taken care of. You drive around here. You drive around. They'll give it to you. So, the Gambler Motorsports boys, John Heyn and Jeff Kemper, they don't have a mic, but is there any way they can get in the wave around party?
Who?
John Heyn and Jeff Kemper. They're both a lap down.
Can they key up?
I don't know if they can or not. I think they said they didn't have mic buttons. Well, Shaggy went there, told them, worst comes to worst, they drive around and get that, Yeah, he said mic up, but worst comes to worst here. I'll just tell him to spam that clear all button when you guys cross the line. Just get in line. See, sometimes, Shaggy, man, it's a charity night. Let's get all the boys back on the lead lap here with 4 to go. I mean, that's what this is about here. We're going to actually have 3 to go, I think, when we drop the hammer, because the lights are still on the pace car, so... Roger Craig actually a lap down as well. Whoa! The 87, that was a close call there for the General. He's going low, trying to get around. He needs to get back on the lead lap. That 87's currently a lap down. We got our man Marty back out there on the track. He's back on the lead lap. I'll tell you what, iRacing, you know, we give you a lot of crap, but you guys finally letting us clear all here and getting people back on after incident points. Thank you for that, because with only setting it to 15, we were kind of asking for high incident limits here tonight, but everybody able to look like get back on the lead lap. Not sure if Roger's going to get back on the lead lap or not. He's got to go around. He's currently a lap now. Terry Landis also trying to come back around. He's not going to be able to get back on the lead lap because we're going to go back green this time by. And Marty Sakala, he got the actual lucky dog, so he's having to fall to the back. Not sure, though. We could just line him up where he's at, hit that clear all button. That's what we should do here. Marty kind of got a hose job being back there anyways. But here we go, going down the backstretch. Lights are off, and we're going to have 3-lap shootout here at the Daytona International Speedway. And here, Shaggy did these cameras, and I'll tell you what, this is going to bug me. So you're going to get to watch what Shaggy does to make that fence not do that. I get to move that line the whole way over to the left. Apparently, I didn't move it over far enough. My apologies. Hate when those fences cut out and do that. Not even sure what near plane bias means, but it apparently makes things disappear and undisappear. And reappear, I guess, is the correct phrase here. Three laps to go here for the 84 machine of Ryan Beagle. When we take the green flag, he's got his teammate to the outside. Does Ryan try to get a good jump and let the 30 slot in? Do they try to control both lanes here and just race it out for these last 3 laps? The green flag is high. It's ready to fly. Who you got? Who's going to take home the checkers? 3 laps to go. Goldner with a good run here on the outside. He's going to drop down in front of the 84 Ryan Beagle. Here comes Dittmer to the outside. Can he find help in that 83? The mayor, Steve Bixler, haven't talked about the 75 all night. He's got himself up into the top 5 here now, looking to the inside of the Spider Monkey. Brandon Dittmer needs help. He's stalling out up there. He needs a big push. Will he get it? They're getting 3 wide here. The 14 goes up and shuts the door on the 17. Here comes Brennan Lacey in the middle, 3 wide. Shot out of a cannon, that 114. 2 laps to go. Here comes the 71 of John Heyn and the 48 of Marty Sakala. He's hard into the wall. The 17. No caution just yet as we stay green. Can John suck up in the draft, or is he too far behind here as we're closing out, running out of time? Bandy Motorsports, Bandy built 1, 2 right now. Steven Goldner, Ryan Beagle. Can they hold off the field? Here comes Brennan Lacey to join the club. Bandy build holding down the top 3. Marty trying to find a way on by, but that 114 getting awful wide as we roll out of 4. White flag in his hands. Will we see it here one more time around at Daytona? Marty peeks that 48 to the outside. Can he get some help? Here comes the mayor, the 75 of Steven Bixler. Steven's got to get right behind that 48. He's got to suck up. He's no help to Marty right now. Marty is just stalled out. He's stuck. Final time going down the backstretch. Can he get a run? Can he look to the inside of the 14? Lacey chops him off. Marty was there. Marty definitely there. And Lacey, he's going to end this thing on his lid. Coming through 3 and 4 for the final time. Big dog all over the back of the 30. Does he duck out of line or does he stay up for a 1-2? Checkered flag waves. Steven Goldner takes home the checkered flag, followed by the big dog, Ryan Beagle and Marty Sakala. My man in the 48 rounds out the podium. Steve Bixler and John Heyn round out the top 5. Boy, oh boy. We had a good one there. It took us a while to get there, but the finish did not disappoint. Marty just couldn't get help at the end, and he drives the thing up to P3, but couldn't spoil the Bandy built 1-2 for Steven Goldner and Ryan Beagle. Gonna give these guys a minute or two here to catch their breath, and we'll talk to them here in the booth, but and I'll tell you what, I think we got some guys still matching the money here. That's Devo. God bless that man in the 05, you know. Didn't even go his way tonight. Ends up getting wrecked there in the closing laps, and he's still, you know, hey man, I'm doing that. He chimes in and says he's throwing in the money. Hell yeah, dude. That's why Shaggy does this. Man, I want to curse so bad. I'm fired up. But that's why Shaggy does this for free, man. I love these guys. You know, these charity weeks, they couldn't pay me if they wanted to. The way these guys come together to do this for each other, that's something that I absolutely love being a part of, and you know, man, gives Shaggy that warm, fuzzy feeling inside. But here, let's see if we can find Marty here. He's able to park it on the podium. Now, Marty, not very often I get to do this for you, brother, but we see you park it on the podium, and man, it seemed like you were quick there at the end, but you just couldn't get any help.
Yeah, you know, I was trying, man. That's one of those moments where you gotta, you know, YOLO it, that's for sure. You know, I was working with Brennan on that final lap, and then the outside kind of got cut off. Beagle and Golden went up to block. Then I decided I'm going to go down low, and I just barely got up to his quarter panel, and he went around. You know, I feel bad for Brennan, but, you know, that's one of those moments on the final lap where, you know, you just can't lift.
Yeah, well, I'll tell the truth for you, Marty. You don't feel bad. You had the position. You were there. You never get the race. You've gotten beat up on all night, man, and you saw that podium, brother. You had to take it. You did exactly what you had to do.
Yeah, you know, it's Daytona, man. That's the situation. You know, it's like you know, Martinsville, where you got to go for if you got to go for a championship, you got to go. It's one of those moments, man. But now it feels good though, regardless, to make a comeback. You know, I got the reason why you didn't see me out of the lead pack. I had the 15X from a bump draft, which was very strange, but I did what you said, get the black flared, make clear, got my wave around, made my way back up, and got a third. Yeah, I just didn't have the help I needed at the end, but now I'll take a third here. Glad to have my dad and Cassie riding on top.
Yeah, man, I know this one means a little something more to you here, being able to park it in the podium here with that paint scheme. But first off, F Cancer, Marty. I'm proud of you. Big P3. Who you want to thank, brother?
Yeah, thanks to the guys at Venom Racing for the help. You know, our strategy kind of backfired where they were saying, you know, we're pushing you to the finish line. Unfortunately, I had no teammates at the end. I think there was a wreck that happened behind me that didn't lead to a yellow flag. But thanks to the Venom Racing guys. I don't know about other sponsors, but obviously Roger for putting this on, you for the broadcast. And now we will go drink a beer at 11 o'clock because it's 5 o'clock somewhere. So we'll end the night out right. Go get your shirts, by the way.
Amen, man. Well, hey, love you, Marty. Absolutely awesome that I get to interview you for once. It's pretty neat to be on the opposite side. And hopefully here in the future, man, we get to see you driving a lot more.
Thanks, Jags. I'll maybe we'll see you later this week. I may be racing later this week in a week 14 event. If not, I'll talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good, brother. That's Marty Cicala, your third place finisher. And now we bring up the man who, big dog, you were leading us to that restart, but Goldner got a better jump. Was that the plan, to just let him jump down in front of you, or was it just kind of circumstance? That's the way it happened.
We were all kind of working together there. I felt like I could push a little bit better, so I figured one of the three of us would win. So tried to make sure that was going to happen.
Yeah, now obviously, man, it's the same, two totally different things, but you said it yourself. You were a good pusher, and it's something I caught on to early in the race. I was riding on board with you, and you can just see the difference in how smooth you are in the wheel compared to 90% of the other drivers. And does wheeling a dirt street stock help you out at all? Does it translate at all to the computer?
Not really. There's little things like on the dirt side, making moves and stuff is similar. You learn a lot of stuff that way, but it's totally different.
Well, hey, Ryan, good to have you back, man. You raced a couple weeks ago, and I think I did too, and I wrecked you like an idiot out there with one of my bad races. So it's nice, hey, whenever I'm up in here, you can finish on the podium, man, and you look good doing it.
Thanks. Yeah, it's just part of it. You don't have a lot of expectations going into this, so this is my best run all season, so we'll take it.
Yeah, man, great run for you in that 84. Before I kick you out of here, big dog, who you want to thank, brother?
Just everybody puts the steel on. It's fun to come on here and race during the winter and stuff.
Well, Ryan, look forward to a lot more of these, man. Here, I expect you to be getting on the podium here for some of those Thursday night races in the small block, big block. What do you say, brother?
I don't know. I got a lot of work to do. I'm kind of rusty still, and I don't know. Everybody's gotten a lot better, so.
Well, congratulations, Ryan. Good run here. And like I say, man, look forward to talking to you again.
Yep, appreciate it. Thanks.
And now we bring up the man who got it done, Steven Goldner. What's going through your head on that final restart? You just got to get out in front of your teammate there and just hope he can push you home.
Yeah, I didn't really get a great start, but he was nice enough to let me get out in front of him, and he's a damn good pusher. He's a real good pusher, and pushed me to that win. I can't be more happy for it.
No, and it was looking like you had a 1, 2, 3 there. You had Lacey behind you. How's he feeling after that wild ride?
I'm sure he's going to be a little sore. His feelings are going to be a little bit hurt, but he'll get over it eventually, and hopefully he'll be up here talking to you in the next one.
Well, hey, man, long night here, so I'm not going to keep you too long, but I'm mad at myself here. I forgot to ask Ryan this. I asked everyone this tonight, so sorry, big dog. But, we do a lot of these charities, Steven, and, I'm not a brown noser here. I talk to a lot of the drivers, and a lot of us, sometimes maybe, running charities all the time a little too much. But I'll tell you what, when we put one on for a driver of our own, man, how much more does this mean to you coming out here?
Yeah, it's definitely it's a cool win. I kind of wish I was getting a trophy, but as long as the Heyn family's happy, that's honestly all that matters to me. I'm hoping they enjoyed watching that race. It was cautions weren't too bad. It was a pretty good race, and overall super happy with the win and the third tonight, and just hoping the family and the Heyns are happy.
Well, hey, man, me too. Congratulations on the big win here, Steven. Hard fought. Who you want to thank, brother?
Yeah, I got to thank all the guys at Steve Golden Racing for hanging out and putting me in victory lane. Beagle and Lacey definitely helped out with this deal, and I was kind of hoping Moonen was able to stick around, but he ran out of fast pairs, and it was past his bedtime. So, I think those guys, Moonen, Talco, Moonen Race Engines, Apex CNC, RK Automotive, and Raw Dog Speed Shop.
Well, hey, Steven, congratulations, man. Look forward to a lot more of these, brother. Big win.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully we're talking again next time we're racing together.
Sounds good, Steven. That's your winner there in the 30, Steven Goldner. Well, if you're still tuned in, appreciate you being here this long. If you'd like to donate, check out c2crl.com. We've got the PayPal link. Devo putting up that $99. That will put us over the $2,000 limit, the $2,000 mark that I set. But, to hell with that. Let's get it going higher. Let's get up 2,500, maybe $3,000. Let's see what we can do. Put a bigger dent into that $30,000 and try to help out the Heyn family. But on behalf of everyone here at the Coast to Coast Racing Network, all the admins, Roger Craig, and just everybody else who makes the show tick. Bill Calder, we're thinking of you, brother. Can't wait to have you back here with us. Bob Curtis, I know you're, been feeling the effects too. Don't think you guys are not on our thoughts either. Wasn't the same without you two, but tried to put on a show as best we could, and the boys did exactly that. So on behalf of everyone at the Coast to Coast Racing Network, I'm Zach Chapman signing off. Have a good evening.